Chapter 952. Captain, are you all right? The other members all rushed over in concern. Each and every one of them was full of concern. Although they witnessed with their own eyes that the captain was in a very sorry state just now, not only did they not feel that there was any shame in it, they instead admired Qin Wushuang even more. In that kind of situation just now, they were so far away, but they could still feel that pressure that possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. And the captain was actually still able to escape from it when he was inside. Looks like this captain was indeed not simple. The 7 great beast kings also all walked over in concern. At this time, they already regarded Qin Wushuang as their backbone. Naturally, they were unwilling to see anything happen to Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang shook his head and said with a slight smile, "Impressive, impressive. If not for me realizing the danger one step in advance and making the correct choice, I'm afraid that I would have already been swallowed up by that golden light now. Damn it, this pagoda is indeed an illusory realm." Lu Xiong cursed. Everyone felt very disappointed. The 2 scenes in a row were all illusory realms. Could it be that there was no real scene inside this Grand Canyon? A strong sense of loss welled up in everyone's hearts. Being thwarted consecutively, this feeling was indeed very bad. Even the captain, who had always been invincible in their hearts, almost suffered a big loss this time. The setback in their hearts became even more serious. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang remained calm as he resumed his calm smile. "Everyone, don't be discouraged. No place in the world is an open door for you to enter. Today, you and I came here because of fate. I will always have a way to bring you in." Qin Wushuang's heroic spirit suddenly emerged. These words made everyone's spirits tremble. "Right, everyone, don't be discouraged. How can great fortune be so easy to obtain? Without any setbacks, easily entering, how great of a fortune can there be? Only after experiencing wind and rain can there be a dazzling rainbow." Tai Hong also started to cheer everyone up. "Heh, Captain, these illusory realms, let's not believe it now. I think it's all an illusion, a trap," Lu Xiong said naively. However, Qin Wushuang shook his head and said, "No, since it's an illusion, it's naturally real and fake. If you think that it's an illusion every time, then you might lose sight of the real place. That's right, we can't give up eating for fear of choking. Among the countless wrong paths, there must be one that leads to the truth and light. Captain, look over there." At this time, someone shouted again. This time, it was even more mysterious. In that direction, a bridge that looked like a rainbow appeared, as if it was connected to another world. Countless auspicious birds fluttered above the rainbow bridge. The perfect arc made the rainbow bridge look exceptionally spectacular. "Illusion, illusion." Lu Xiong kept shaking his head. His head was as big as a rattle drum, and he kept cursing, "It's all an illusion. There's more over there. Look." In the north, there was another incredible scene. In the void, a long flight of stairs appeared, extending from the horizon all the way to the horizon. This flight of stairs looked like it was carved out of white jade, giving people a very holy feeling. There were no handrails on both sides of the flight of stairs. It was just suspended in the air. It extended all the way to the sky. This flight of stairs seemed to lead to a magical world on the other side, filling people with the desire to explore. The rainbow bridge, the flight of stairs, plus the palace and the pagoda from before, the appearance of all these strange phenomena clearly indicated a fact. Even if they didn't enter the Pantheon temple, they had already arrived at the edge. Clang, 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 clang. Suddenly, a burst of strange sounds came from the void. In everyone's field of vision, 8 huge space doors appeared out of thin air around the huge sky curtain. The entrances of the space doors showed all kinds of strange scenes. Some were sad, some were happy, some were sacred, some were evil, some were resplendent, some were withered and dejected. Space doors? A strange idea flashed in Qin Wushuang's mind. Looking at the scene before him, Qin Wushuang's heart surged with a strange feeling. Was it time to choose the entrance? Which door to choose? Would it be life or death? Would it be transcendence or destruction? Everyone's breathing quickened. It was as if there was no need to explain, everyone knew that the time to choose had come. In everyone's eyes, The fanaticism had already burned to the extreme. An impulsive thought seemed to be calling them, urging them, encouraging them to move forward, to move forward. However, in the end, their gaze still fell on Qin Wushuang's face. They could only make the final decision when this pillar of support had spoken. "Captain, are we going to make a decision?" Tai Hong asked in a low voice. "Follow me, let's go." Qin Wushuang's eyes were locked on the space door in the east. Because, from this door, he saw a kind of hope for life. This was not just a kind of intuition, but when he saw that door, the bloodline inherited from his master in his bones quickly surged. A kind of desire to explore forced him to pass through that door. This must be my master teaching me to make a choice. Qin Wushuang knew that such a strange bloodline surge must have come from the part of his master's bloodline that was passed down to him. There was no turning back. Under such circumstances, if even his master, the Holy Emperor's sensing ability, was unreliable, then Qin Wushuang's own judgment was even more unreliable. Moreover, he himself was the one who most approved of that door. This was called master and disciple of the same mind. Great minds think alike. That space door happened to be the most terrifying and also the most ferocious door in the mirror image. It was as if it was not a space door that led to hope at all, but a space door that led to an eternal land of death, to that hell. The scene that flashed in everyone's eyes was as if the ghosts of the 18 layers of hell were suffering 100 hells of purgatory. However, Qin Wushuang had chosen this door. Hell and heaven seemed to always be separated by only a thought. A thought to be heaven, a thought to be hell. Boom. All of the figures passed through the spatial gate. The moment they passed, everyone's body seemed to suddenly relax a lot. When they looked around again, it was calm. Everything returned to the original appearance of the canyon. Where was heaven? Where was hell? Where were the palaces and pagodas? Where was the rainbow bridge and the heavenly stairway? Everything was just like a dream. But thinking back to this dream, it felt so real and so deep. Party leader, how could this be? Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. However, Qin Wushuang chuckled out, "Haven't you guys realized that we've already passed a hurdle? That space door should be the first checkpoint, right? But what's worth celebrating is that we've already passed it. Hopefully, the road ahead will be smoother." Passed. Everyone was stunned for a moment before their faces were filled with ecstasy. Right at this moment, the Lion King's spirit consciousness communication jade token sent out yet another message. "Your Majesty Lion King, there was a strong power that entered the heaven-reaching canyon earlier on. That power seemed to be able to destroy the entire heaven-reaching canyon. It's extremely domineering." The first thought that came to the Lion King's mind was that the Thunder Master God had arrived. "Your Majesty, there's another piece of news. The Master God of the Celestial Phenomenon continent has arrived as well. Right now, the situation on the Black Magpie Star is getting more and more chaotic. With two powerful beings facing off against each other, the situation is extremely delicate. By the looks of it, both sides seem to be restraining themselves. However, a battle seems to be about to break out at any moment." The Lion King nodded his head. "Well done. Continue to observe. Report to me immediately if there's any movement. Remember, listen to my orders at all times. All leaders of the beast race are not to listen to rumors or be bewitched by others. Remember, there must be no internal strife within the colossal beast race." The Lion King recounted the situation outside once more. Qin Wushuang was somewhat surprised. A strong power invading? Could it really be that Thunder Master God? It must be him. The Lion King said hatefully, "If it were anyone else like Napoleon Zun and the others, my underlings would know about it. Furthermore, they've witnessed the might of Napoleon Zun before. Judging from their tone, they're clearly even stronger than Napoleon Zun. Then, they can only be Master Gods." Qin Wushuang murmured, "Master Gods, came way too quickly. Seems like the Ferret and the Elephant King have still fallen for the Thunder Master God's tricks and allowed him to dig out some information. Otherwise, there's no way this Thunder Master God could have made his way to the Great Sky Connecting Canyon so quickly. Party leader, what should we do then?" The moment they heard that the Master Gods were invading the Great Sky Connecting Canyon, everyone felt a sense of loss in their hearts. Even if it were a high-level heavenly god like Napoleon's Sun, they would still be able to hold their own in this cursed place of the great sky-connecting canyon. But now that a master god had come personally, they did not even have any thoughts of resisting. Even if they did, it would be futile. The might of a master god was definitely not something that they could fight against. In the face of a master god, any fantasies would turn extremely pale and powerless. Party leader, we've got to pick up the pace. This place is only hundreds of thousands of miles away from the outskirts. Given the speed of a master god, he probably wouldn't even need 2 hours, right? Disregarding all other external factors, if a master god were to find this place, it would only take 4 hours. And that's an optimistic estimate. I wonder if that master god would be able to cross through the void gate. Qin Wushuang was clear that the strength of a master god was definitely not something that they could fight against. No matter what method they used, there was no way they could fight against a master god. The best method was to not face the master god. Once they did, it was very likely that there would be no other way out but a dead end. The difference in strength was too great. A master god was indeed an existence that exceeded their limits. Even if Qin Wushuang had a heavenly venerate artifact, or even a holy emperor artifact, they were all just fleeting clouds. With his current cultivation, if he really faced a master god, be it a heavenly venerate artifact or a master god artifact, they would not be of any use at all. We already have a way out. The only good news now is that we've crossed through a void gate. This might be the greatest guarantee that we can escape the pursuit of a master god. No matter what, we have to move forward. Only by constantly moving forward can we forever maintain a distance from the enemy. At this point, Qin Wushuang no longer hesitated. He led the group and continued moving forward. Brothers, the 30th is almost over. The current monthly vote rule is that only 2 votes can be cast in 24 hours. If everyone has 4 or 5 votes and does not vote now, Xinghe will not have the chance to enjoy everyone's full support tomorrow. Don't waste it. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 953. Passing through the first spatial door, Qin Wushuang and the rest continued to advance without stopping. Along the way, they did not encounter any more trouble after crossing 10,000 miles. It was unexpectedly smooth. But now, everyone knew that they had already entered the core region of the Grand Canyon to heaven. That strange spatial door already made everything clear. This Grand Canyon to heaven indeed had its mystical side. Perhaps the legend was true. The sky gradually darkened. Qin Wushuang looked at the surrounding terrain and said, "Set up camp here. Best to find a cave." Originally, there was not much difference between them, these deity Dao powerhouses, day and night. Even if it was night, they could still travel. But considering that this place was so strange, if they traveled at night, they might encounter big trouble if they were the slightest bit careless. Hence, they might as well set up camp here. "Captain, what kind of place do you think this Pantheon temple is? Could there be some treasures or something?" Lu Xiong asked heartlessly. Everyone was very interested and gathered around Qin Wushuang, wanting to hear their captain's opinion. Qin Wushuang said, "A place like this that seizes heaven's good fortune, not to mention treasures, there are definitely good things. It depends on what you want. I want a deity weapon. Best is an axe or a spiked club or something. I like this kind of giant weapon the most." Lu Xiong did not hide his ambition at all. That bit of ambition. Black Wing sneered and said, "If the Pantheon Temple is really a place to imprison evil demons, I think there might even be a Master God weapon." Master God weapon? My God, if there is a Master God weapon, then we'll really be rich. Compared to a Master God weapon, what does that crystal stone count for? Lu Xiong laughed silly. These words made Jiyu Feng unhappy. Crystal stones are also divided into top grade and low grade. If it's a top grade crystal stone, its value won't lose to a Master God weapon. It's even more valuable than a Master God weapon. Top grade crystal stone, have you seen it before? Black Wing asked with a grin. 10-grade crystal stone is already something that can be encountered but not sought. 10-grade crystal stone, I've never heard of it. As for 12th grade top-grade crystal stone, it seems to be a legendary existence. Gu Feng muttered, just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Everyone knew that Gu Feng had a special possessive desire for crystals, so everyone was not surprised. However, if they had to choose, they would feel that sovereign artifacts were more realistic than top-grade crystals. After all, many sovereigns were capable of forging sovereign artifacts. Crystals, on the other hand, were naturally formed by heaven and earth. They were created by Mother Earth and Father Heaven. They were not something that could be refined by human hands. They could only be found by chance. Captain, what do you want? Little Jiang was curious. Qin Wushuang laughed. I want to find a tunnel to leave this plane. For the divine weapons, if the number is limited, I will not fight with you guys. If there are other good things, I won't hesitate to use them if I need them. Hehe, of course, Captain, you have the priority to choose. No one could object to this point, including the 7 Beast Kings. It was already a miracle that they could reach this place. Without Lord Xinghe leading the way, there was no way they could have reached this place. As they were speaking, Qin Wushuang suddenly stood up. His face turned horrifying as he strode out of the cave. Tai Hong, gather the troops and have everyone find a place to hide. The safer the place, the better. Everyone, hold your breaths and cut off all signs of life. Avoid the soul search of the Master Gods. Master God? Everyone was shocked. He's here already? Qin Wushuang's face was extremely terrible. He's here. To think that he would be this fast. This Thunder Master God is much more frightening than we had imagined. Hurry, hide. Don't hesitate. Qin Wushuang ordered. An uneasy feeling surged through his heart. Once this Master God got close, it would truly be hard to tell how effective he would be if he were to hide. Whether or not they would be discovered, that was really up to the heavens. At that thought, he waved his hand. Forget it. There's no need to hide. Just hide here. In the surroundings, there's only this cave that can cover up the ripples of your souls. If you hide outside, you'll be exposed even faster. The name of a Master God was indeed extremely intimidating. Even though all of these powerful beings of the divine state were itinerant cultivators, they were usually arrogant and untamed characters who reigned supreme over a region. But at this moment, all of them were silent like cicadas in winter. It was as though they had realized that the judgment of fate was about to arrive, as their faces were extremely grim. It was just as they knew. Once a Master God arrived and discovered them, there would be no miracles that could happen. In the face of a Master God, they didn't even have a chance to strike out, let alone fight back. HMPH. Seems like the prey isn't too far away from me. In the void, a voice that was filled with an immense might drifted over faintly. Even though this voice sounded really close, in reality, the Thunder Master God might be tens of thousands of miles away. The width of the coverage of his soul was truly frightening. Even Qin Wushuang could not determine the distance between them at all. By the looks of it, if the Thunder Master God could pass through the first space gate, there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would be able to find his way here. Right now, their only hope was that the Thunder Master God would not be able to pass through the first space gate and enter the wrong one, being swept away by the chaotic currents of the void. This was the only ray of hope that could ensure that nothing would happen to them. Otherwise, the only possibility left for them to face the Master God. The only difference would be whether they would face it earlier or later. Given the current situation, there was definitely no way they could wait for the appearance of the second space gate. Even if they were to take a step back, whether or not there was a second space gate was something else entirely. These illusions are rather interesting. Hew. There are so many doors. How should we choose? Haha. Interesting. When they heard that voice, everyone's hearts leaped right into their throats. Whether or not the Thunder Master God could pass through the space gate would determine their fates. Everyone held their breaths as though time had come to a standstill. Every single second was ever so difficult. For a long time, it seemed as though there were no more sounds coming from the void. However, no one dared to be optimistic, nor did anyone feel as though they had heaved out a long sigh of relief. That was because they still could not be certain whether or not the Thunder Master God had passed through the space gate. Just when everyone was feeling suspicious and looking at each other in dismay, suddenly, Qin Wushuang stood up like a sword and walked out of the cave in large strides. "Party leader, where are you going?" Qin Wushuang's tone was low. "The Thunder Master God has already passed through the space gate and is getting closer. I can almost be certain that he is getting closer and closer to us." Everyone's hearts sank right to the bottom of the valley. The Thunder Master God had passed through the space gate. Then, wouldn't they just have to wait for his judgment after this? A look of despair surfaced on everyone's faces. This time around, they did not even dare to dream of a miracle anymore. In front of the Master God, there was no way they could create any sort of unexpected miracle. "Everyone, calm down. Don't act rashly. Don't show any signs of being surprised. I'll think of a way. The heavens will always leave a door open. Don't be disheartened. You must definitely bring out the magnanimity that you should have. Even if you were to die, don't put on such a cowardly look in front of the enemy." These words were just like the morning bell, causing everyone's hearts to shudder. That was right. As powerful beings, they couldn't possibly behave too wretchedly under such circumstances, could they? At this moment, the difference in strength was clear. Looking at how Qin Wushuang was still so calm under such circumstances, even though no one could think of any other ideas he could come up with, they could not help but feel a sense of hope for Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang walked out of the cave and made hand seals, summoning out a person from his storage space. This person was none other than Lin Jingfeng. Lin Jingfeng, who had been subdued by Qin Wushuang as a puppet, greeted cautiously, "Greetings, Master." "Lin Jingfeng, cut the crap. Are you familiar with the Thunder Master God?" "Uncle Thunder, I'm very familiar with him." "Alright, then you have to do this and that, understand?" Qin Wushuang instructed him with his consciousness. Lin Jingfeng nodded his head repeatedly. "Remember, right now, you have to forget about your identity as my servant and display the demeanor that a peerless genius should have. Understand?" "Understood, Master." As a genius, Lin Jingfeng's brain was pretty good. Naturally, he had this bit of comprehension ability. "Alright, that's what we'll do. Remember, don't let the cat out of the bag," Qin Wushuang instructed once more. Right at this moment, that deep voice rang out by his ears once more, the Beast King of the colossal beast race and some other clowns. An. Evidently, the Thunder Master God's consciousness had already scouted the area. Sweeping his gaze, he discovered Lin Jingfeng, whom he had been searching for all this while. "Dear nephew Jingfeng, is that you?" the Thunder Master God asked in disbelief. Lin Jingfeng howled out leisurely, "Uncle Thunder, it's me. What are you doing here?" Hearing that hearty cry of Lin Jingfeng's, the nerves of the Thunder Master God that had been stretched taut all this while relaxed considerably. Thank the heavens! Nothing had happened to Lin Jingfeng. A bolt of lightning streaked across the skies, bringing with it a shocking aura as though the heavens were collapsing. That mighty figure of the Thunder Master God had already landed on the ground. When he caught sight of the real Lin Jingfeng, even a powerful being like the Thunder Master God was visibly moved. "Dear nephew Jingfeng, you're all right? That's great news. What are you doing here?" Lin Jingfeng chuckled out, "Uncle Thunder, to think that I would bump into you here. This little nephew of mine is willful and has caused Uncle Thunder to worry about me. I'm ashamed. Hugh, you're treating me as an outsider with those words. As long as you're all right, that's great news. What's up with all these people?" For a moment or so, the Thunder Master God could not figure it out. However, when he saw that Lin Jingfeng was fine, he relaxed as well. Even if these people had any ill intentions, with him around, there wouldn't be any problems. Lin Jingfeng chuckled out, "Uncle Thunder, I'll be honest with you. You'd better not complain about me later on. I heard that there's an ancient immortal legacy in this canyon, so I wanted to come and take a look. However, this place is also known as a place cursed by the evil demons. If I were to bring it up clearly that I wanted to barge into this place, Neighbor Zun and the others would definitely object to it. Therefore, I invited the Beast Kings and the others over. Heh, look at their expressions. Actually, none of them were willing to come. They were forced into a corner by me. The Thunder Master God thought to himself, so, that's the case. Looking at how those few Beast Kings did not know whether to laugh or cry and were trembling in fear, he knew that they must have truly been forced into this by this willful junior nephew of his. It was no wonder that the Snow Ferret King and the Elephant King were so vague about it. Come to think of it, dear nephew Jingfeng must have threatened them before. The moment he thought of that, the Thunder Master God chuckled out instead, "Dear nephew, you've really scared everyone out of their wits. Right now, it's a complete mess out there." Qin Wushuang looked over at the Lion King inadvertently. The head of the Lion King twitched slightly as well, as though he was agreeing to something. If you want to know what happened next, please visit www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 954. No matter how observant the Thunder Master God was, there was no way he could have known that Lin Jingfeng had already become someone else's puppet. As for Lin Jingfeng's behavior, there was nothing out of the ordinary either. Even though the Thunder Master God found it somewhat inconceivable, he had been observing Lin Jingfeng coldly in the dark. After testing out all sorts of methods, he could be 100% sure that this was indeed Lin Jingfeng and not someone else impersonating him. After finding Lin Jingfeng, the Thunder Master God was in a good mood. As for the others, he naturally did not care too much about them. In his eyes, the cultivation states of this group of people were nothing more than ants. The moment the Thunder Master God appeared, the deterrence was indeed immense. All of them were filled with fear and trepidation as they felt an immense pressure in their hearts. Even though the sudden appearance of Lin Jingfeng was completely out of their expectations, this unexpected move of his had saved them from the fate of certain death. However, in the face of this mighty Master God, they were still trembling with fear. But of course, Qin Wushuang's fear was somewhat exaggerated. In truth, ever since the first moment the Thunder Master God appeared, Qin Wushuang's mind had been spinning non-stop, thinking about how to deal with this frightening powerful being. No matter how he thought about it, this was the only move that Lin Jingfeng could use. Within the cave, after hearing Lin Jingfeng's introduction, the Thunder Master God's gaze rested on Qin Wushuang. "You are Xinghe, Wu Xinghe." "That's right, Lord Thunder." Qin Wushuang was neither servile nor overbearing. "Hugh, right now in the outside world, there are really many rumors about you. And here you are. Tell me, if you are from the celestial mainland, why are you seeking refuge with Jingfeng?" "Lord Thunder, it's true that we are from the celestial mainland. However, ever since the moment the great illusory Sun Divine Palace decided to deal with us, we no longer had a choice. Could it be that just because we are itinerant cultivators from the celestial mainland, we should just allow the great illusory Sun Divine Palace to bully us?" The Thunder Master God nodded his head. "I've heard about your affairs. That Sun Dongshan of the great illusory Sun Divine Palace has admitted to this matter as well." Lin Jingfeng took the opportunity to add on, "Uncle Thunder, the internal strife of the celestial mainland isn't a bad thing for us." "Yes, Jingfeng, this matter of yours is still a little. Do you know that if you leave without a word, you might cause a big problem?" Lin Jingfeng chuckled and said, "Uncle Lei, I know that this is a little inappropriate, but desperate times call for desperate measures." "Yes, how did your investigation go?" The Thunder Master God did not suspect anything at all. The way he saw it, Lin Jingfeng had no problem subduing these people. "We found out that this journey is very likely to be related to many ancient legends. Your nephew is wondering if there are any great treasures here. Now that Uncle Lei is here, it's great that you're here to preside over the situation." The Thunder Master God paused for a moment before replying, "Oh, Jingfeng, the main reason why I'm here is actually to look for you. It's a pity that the Ferret and the Elephant King refused to tell the truth." The expressions of the 7 Beast Kings immediately turned gloomy and dejected. Lin Jingfeng chuckled and said, "It's also my fault for being too firm at that time. They didn't dare to disobey my orders. Uncle Lei, this is also a misunderstanding. I really don't want to leak any information about this place. I especially don't want the people of Celestial Phenomenon to catch wind of this. The Thunder Master God nodded his head. Jingfeng, if you can handle this matter well, it'll be something that will cause quite a stir. The Wind Master God will definitely be elated. I still need Uncle Lei to preside over the situation. Lin Jingfeng probed once more. However, the Thunder Master God did not know that the Lin Jingfeng before him was no longer the Lin Jingfeng of the past. He did not beat around the bush as he said in a low voice, "Nephew Jingfeng, there are many powerful beings from Celestial Phenomenon right now, and there are even Master Gods amongst them. Even though I'm here, I can't tarry for too long." This was exactly what Lin Jingfeng wanted to hear. Everyone else wanted to hear as well. "Uncle Lei, you're leaving?" Lin Jingfeng pretended to be surprised. "Hugh, it should be fine to stay for a while. Right now, the situation in the outside world hasn't gotten out of control yet. We'll speed up our exploration tomorrow and check out just what secrets this place that is known as the Cursed Land of the Demons has. Jingfeng, I have a feeling that this place is definitely not simple." When they heard that, Qin Wushuang and the others were extremely depressed. However, Qin Wushuang's mind was really sharp. When he heard that the situation in the outside world had not gotten out of control yet, he was even more resolute in his decision. He turned around and looked at the Lion King, who nodded his head gently once more. "Lord Lei, young Master Lin, you guys continue chatting. Your subordinates will take our leave first." The Thunder Master God did not reply. However, Lin Jingfeng waved his hand casually. "Take your leave. With you guys here, the two of us won't be able to have a good chat." Qin Wushuang and the others put on a look as though they had just been pardoned as they headed out. The Thunder Master God sent them off with his gaze before asking, "Jingfeng, are these people reliable?" Lin Jingfeng scoffed coldly, "Wu Xinghe and the others are stray dogs. If they don't seek protection from us, there's nowhere for them to go. Furthermore, I've promised them that the moment any sort of miraculous encounter is unlocked, I'll definitely share some benefits with them. With threats and promises, they have no choice but to listen to me." The Thunder Master God was heartened, feeling that this nephew of his had truly matured quite a bit. Not bad. However, we've still got to be mindful of our limits and not trust others too easily. This is especially the case for that Wu Xinghe. We've got to be on our guard. Don't worry, Uncle Lei. That Wu Xinghe can be considered as an untamable genius as well. It's just a pity that he's an itinerant cultivator and has no backing. I'm thinking of subduing him so that he can be my right-hand man in the future. Otherwise, why would I be so courteous to them? The Thunder Master God nodded his head. Since this was his nephew's intention, there was nothing else he could say. If you wanted others to be dead set on following you, you've got to put on a show of convincing them with your morals, right? Walking out of the cave abode, everyone found a spacious piece of land and set up camp there. Everyone gathered together, not daring to make a single sound as they conversed with their consciousness. Using their consciousness to converse in such a small space meant that they did not have to worry about the Master God intercepting their consciousness. After all, the range of their consciousness communication did not extend out at all. Lion King, hurry and inform all of your right-hand men to organize a beast stampede and have them spread rumors to attack the bases of the Celestial Phenomenon mainland. Attack the bases of the Celestial Phenomenon mainland? That's right. Since you want the Thunder Master God to leave, it makes more sense for him to attack the bases of the Windcloud continent. Hugh, Lion King, you only know one thing and not the other. If you want to attack the bases of the Windcloud continent, is there a need for the Thunder Master God to head out personally? He's going to order you guys to head out and preside over the situation while he reaps the fruits of your labor. The Lion King froze up, feeling that Qin Wushuang's words made a lot of sense. However, attacking the bases of the Celestial Phenomenon mainland was something that the Thunder Master God would love to see happen. Once they attacked the bases of the Celestial Phenomenon mainland, coupled with the rumors, there was no way the Celestial Phenomenon mainland would let the matter rest. By then, the conflict between the Celestial Phenomenon mainland and the Windcloud continent would definitely escalate. By then, it would be hard for the Thunder Master God not to head out even if he wanted to. Black Wing nodded his head repeatedly. When he looked at Qin Wushuang, there was clearly an additional look of reverence in his eyes. This master of his was truly incredible. To be able to handle things with such ease in the face of a master god, that sort of bearing and guts was something that they could not compare with. At the very least, judging from the current situation, that sudden move of his had indeed managed to stabilize the Thunder Master God. Everyone's fates of certain death had been saved all of a sudden. That feeling of joy from escaping from the jaws of death had them filled with even more confidence towards Qin Wushuang. Lion King, remember this. Attacking the bases of the celestial phenomenon mainland is just a gesture. You mustn't get caught up in the killing. This is a fake move. The goal is to escalate the conflict between both parties so that the celestial phenomenon mainland would think that the Wind Cloud continent was the one who instigated the beast stampede. After that, we'll think of a way to spread the news of the treasures of the great heaven-reaching canyon. The more mysterious it is, the better. Spread the news of this place out. The Lion King was stunned once more. Wasn't that just finding trouble for himself? Lion King, the situation right now is that we have to stir up the situation before we can let the Thunder Master God leave. Only then will we have time to continue our operation. Even if we're only leading by 10 days to half a month, that's more than enough. If we're unable to reap any benefits even after taking the lead, we can only say that we're not blessed enough. We have to turn the great heaven-reaching canyon into a place of conflict and have both parties fight it out. That's the only way we'll have room to maneuver around. Otherwise, if the Thunder Master God refuses to leave, we won't stand a chance at all. Qin Wushuang was definitely not belittling himself. The might of that Thunder Master God was way too strong. Even a single gaze or action from him was enough to have them shuddering in fear. Under such an oppressive atmosphere, it was clearly impossible for them to try and pull off any tricks. The Eagle King at the side agreed, "Your Majesty, Lord Xinghe is right. This is the only solution we have right now. If the situation doesn't get messed up and the Thunder Master God refuses to leave, it's only a matter of time before we give ourselves away. That evil god. I don't want to spend even a single day with him." "That's right. Lion King, make your decision. Lion King, make your decision." The Lion King nodded his head and began to issue out orders using his consciousness. Even though the Snow Marten King and the Elephant King had met with misfortune, there were many elders and protectors under the direct command of the Lion King who held a lot of authority. These elders were the ones in charge of driving the beast stampede. In the span of a single night, millions of beast stampedes were enraged when they found out about the deaths of the Snow Marten King and the Elephant King. All of the spirit beasts of the entire colossal beast race surged out in search of the culprit. When they found out that the culprit was someone from the celestial phenomenon continent, the beast stampede went into a frenzy. Millions of beast stampedes began to head toward the base of the celestial phenomenon continent in a frenzy. With the activation of the beast stampede, the most horrifying calamity of the entire Black Magpie star had descended once more. Wherever the beast stampede passed by, it was practically a complete mess as everything was leveled to the ground. On the side of the celestial phenomenon continent, they had not expected that the beast stampede was headed for them. By the time they reacted to it, they had already suffered a huge loss. The situation of the battle was escalating rapidly. Everything was progressing according to Qin Wushuang's plan. Rumors were flying all around as all sorts of different versions of rumors popped up one after another. On the side of the celestial phenomenon continent, when they found out that the beast stampede was driven by the Wind Cloud continent, they began to erupt as well. This was especially the case for that master god Ding Yundu, who was absolutely astounded. He had not expected that the Wind Cloud continent would be so brazen as to provoke them. Today's update is going to be a little late. No matter how late I write, I'll definitely fulfill my promise of 8 chapters. Definitely not late. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please visit www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 955. However, The 1,000 men that they had brought from the celestial phenomenon continent were clearly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot against a beast stampede of millions. Ding Yundu was not so rash as to do something so impulsive. He knew that the root of the problem was still the wind cloud continent. Therefore, he decided to avoid the main force and strike at the weak points. Even if he could not fight against the beast stampede, he could still go to the wind cloud continent to reason with them. Since Ding Yundu had decided to strike, the decisiveness of a master god was definitely extremely frightening. With a thunderous momentum, he charged into the base of the wind cloud continent. He wanted the thunder master god to meet him. Clearly, Ding Yundu would definitely not be able to meet the thunder master god. After cursing for a long time, there was no one from the wind cloud continent. This enraged Ding Yundu completely. He felt as though his pride was being challenged to a pulp. Since when had a master god been ignored to such an extent when he challenged others to a battle? Did they treat him as heir? Thunder master god, since you're holed up like a turtle, don't blame me for using some barbaric methods. We're all people of status. You wouldn't want my methods to implicate your subordinates, right? Ding Yundu's final bit of restraint did not have any effect. No one replied to him at all. With his bottom line broken, Ding Yundu hollered, "Since that's the case, I'll offend you then." Spreading out his arms, a gigantic saber roared in his hands like a ferocious tiger. Then, he shook his arms and turned them into a saber light in the air. Then, he chopped down. Clang! The saber light sliced through the air at an unparalleled speed and struck the outer wall of the base. Boom! Spider-like cracks appeared on the outer wall. Following that, the entire castle seemed to be quaking as countless panicked cries rang out from within. Countless figures bolted out of the base and fled towards the back. Initially holed up inside, Naboxon knew that if he did not show himself, the entire base would be destroyed and everyone would be massacred. Bracing himself, he rushed out and said in a submissive tone, "Cloud Crossing Master God, we've already agreed on a temporary truce. As a Master God, why are you tearing up the agreement?" Agreement? You have the cheek to talk about an agreement? Have the Thunder Master God come out and reason with me. Ding Yundu was furious. The Thunder Master God is not here. Cloud Crossing Sovereign, if you intend to use your power to bully the weak, we won't be able to resist. However, now that the Thunder Master God is back, he will definitely not let this matter rest. Are you threatening me? Ding Yundu's restraint did not mean that he was afraid of the Thunder Master God. He was just thinking that peace would bring wealth, and didn't want the conflict to worsen. Right now, the Fengyun continent had gone too far, provoking them again and again. His patience was completely broken. Naboxon, with your skills, killing you is as easy as killing a dog. You said that the Thunder Master God isn't around? Fine then, I'll wait here for him for 3 days. If you don't show up in 3 days, then don't blame me for being ruthless. All of you, get into the castle. If they manage to escape, I'll kill every single one of them I see. Ding Yundu shouted coldly. Also, regarding the million beast horde, you guys will deal with it the same way you instigated it. You have to compensate us tenfold for our losses. Beast Tide. Naboxon was dumbfounded. Master Cloud Crossing, what does this beast tide have to do with us? Chimph, still want to play dumb? If the beast tide has nothing to do with you guys, then am I the one who instigated it? Naboxon, do you think that I can't kill you guys to establish my dominance? After saying that, Ding Yundu's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits. With a flick, a golden beam of light shot out from his hands and struck the forehead of a heavenly supreme Tao powerful being who was standing outside the castle. Piak. The golden light pierced through his body. Without being able to resist at all, this mighty second calamity heavenly supreme Tao powerful being exploded. His spirit and physical body exploded at the same time. A master god's mystic skill. This was a master god's mystic skill. Naboxon was enraged. You. Ding Yundu replied nonchalantly, what about me? If you spout any more nonsense, you'll be next. Scram into the castle. You guys better pray for yourselves in these 3 days. If the Thunder Master God doesn't give me an explanation within these 3 days, he can only come back to collect your corpses. Naboxon opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something. However, after being glared at by Ding Yundu's sharp eyes, he immediately swallowed all his words back into his mouth. With a stifled snort, he flew back in the direction of the castle with a belly full of rage. He called out, "Everyone, enter the castle. Don't mess around." Even though he was burning with rage, he did not dare to challenge Ding Yundu's authority at all. Once a master god level powerful being said something ruthless, if one dared to go against it, that would be the same as pushing oneself onto the path of death. Ding Yundu snorted coldly as he turned into a long beam of light and disappeared into the void. The moment Naboxon entered the castle, he cursed out loud, "Arrogant. King arrogant. He's the only master god in the entire world. What's there to be arrogant about?" Such verbal venting could only soothe one's emotions and was of no help. He had to contact the Thunder Master God. Within the grand sky-reaching canyon, the Thunder Master God was discussing with Lin Jingfeng about how to explore. When he received Naboxon's report, he was truly enraged. How did this happen? Naboxon was extremely aggrieved. "I don't know either. That Ding Yundu seems to have gone mad. The moment he arrived, he bombed our base. Right now, he's threatening to give us 3 days. If you don't return within 3 days and give him an explanation, he said that by then, you can only collect our corpses." The face of the Thunder Master God flashed with a purplish shade of green. This was a sign that his killing intent was skyrocketing. "Uncle Thunder, what's wrong?" The Thunder Master God waved his hand and instructed, "You guys stay put for now and don't provoke him. I'll rush back right away." When they heard that, Qin Wushuang and the others felt their hearts blossom. However, they did not dare to show it at all. "Dear nephew Jingfeng, wait for me here. I'll head back to settle some matters. That master god of the celestial phenomenon mainland has gone overboard and killed his way into our base. He declared that if I don't return within 3 days, he'll kill everyone. This Ding Yundu is truly arrogant." Huh? Lin Jingfeng was shocked. Is that fella crazy? Is he bent on starting a war between both parties? I'm not sure about the exact situation yet. The beast stampede of the colossal beast race. Highs, it's a long story. Jingfeng, don't be rash here. It's best if you wait for me to return. Lin Jingfeng was submissive. "Uncle Thunder, go on. The matters of the base are more important." The Thunder Master God sighed and turned around to look at Qin Wushuang and the others. His gaze was deep, as though he wanted to see through their inner thoughts. "The few of you, listen up. Focus on assisting young Master Jingfeng and you'll have a bright future ahead of you. If you harbor any thoughts of betrayal, given the size of the Black Magpie Star, I'll make sure that you guys have nowhere to hide." With that, the Thunder Master God's celestial body shone with a purplish-green glow and disappeared into the void. He had put in quite a bit of effort before entering. Now that he was out, it was a walk in the park. The Thunder Master God did not stop at all as he flew in the direction of the base. He had initially wanted to rush back to the base in one go. But on second thought, if he were to head out just like that, Ding Yundu would definitely sense something. If the secret of the heaven-reaching canyon were to be exposed, wouldn't that be extremely inconvenient? Thus, he decided to slow down his speed. After all, he had 3 days, which was more than enough for him to rush back to the base. As for Lin Jingfeng's side, he was not worried in the least bit. Those fellas might not necessarily submit to Lin Jingfeng 100%. But, taming those unruly vagrant martial artists would require time. He did not believe that those people would have the guts to go against the massive wind cloud continent. It was not that he had not considered the possibility that those people might be spies. But, he dismissed that thought immediately. If they were spies, the price to pay would be way too high. There were so many people from the great illusory Sun Divine Palace who had died. To put on a show of being spies. That did not make sense. Furthermore, if they were to be spies, there was no way they would rely solely on Lin Jingfeng, much less bring him over here. To be spies, staying in the base would be the best choice. Because of that reasoning, the Thunder Master God could not see any loopholes at all. But, it was no wonder that he was this way. No matter how rich his imagination was, He could not have imagined that this Lin Jingfeng whom he was chatting and laughing with was already someone else's puppet. Qin Wushuang did not say anything the entire time, gesturing for everyone to keep their mouths shut while observing the observant finger jade plate. It was only after ascertaining that the Thunder Master God had truly left that he heaved out a long sigh of relief. He then let out a bitter smile. Everyone, it's time to get moving. However, Lin Jingfeng bowed down respectfully. Master, your subordinate is fearful. Your subordinate is fearful. Forget it. You're just following orders. You won't be punished. Well done. Lin Jingfeng's face looked as though he had been whipped. With his soul being controlled, a single thought from his master could destroy him. Even if he had thousands of disloyal thoughts, he would not dare to express them. Furthermore, the poison of the divine venomous puppet was something that could brainwash even one's soul. Not only was it used to intimidate him, it could even brainwash him and subtly influence him so that he would be loyal to his master. Tai Hong and the black-winged bat were not surprised at all. At the start, they were a little puzzled by Lin Jingfeng's sudden appearance. But they soon figured it out. As it turned out, Lin Jingfeng was the same as black-winged bat, being turned into a puppet as well. Everyone's understanding of Qin Wushuang could not help but improve by a notch. One must know that Lin Jingfeng was a genius that appeared once in 100,000 years. The last disciple that the number one master god of the Wind Cloud mainland was most proud of. At this moment, the 7 Beast Kings were completely in awe of Qin Wushuang as well. How could someone who could subdue Lin Jingfeng and toy with a master god in the palms of his hands be simple? If this lad was already this incredible at such a young age, wouldn't he be even more amazing in the future? The Beast Kings who were initially hesitant now had their confidence firmed up completely. Lord Xinghe, I'm truly in awe of you. The Lion King praised from the bottom of his heart. The other Beast Kings nodded their heads as well. Lord Xinghe, we're extremely confident right now. We believe that you'll definitely be able to lead us out of this predicament. Qin Wushuang waved it off with his hands. Don't be in a hurry to flatter me. Sending the Thunder Master God away was a risky move as well. Whether or not we can emerge victorious in the end will depend on our fates. I'll still say the same thing. I'm not the savior of your Black Magpie Star. Everything will still depend on your own hard work. You've got to walk out of this. This is the key to breaking free of control for your Black Magpie Star. That's right, Lord Xinghe. No matter what, our colossal beast race will follow you in life and death from now on. I hope that you won't despise us. Hugh, there's no need to say all that. Since we're all allies, it's only right that we help one another and work together. Qin Wushuang was not overly domineering. But this time around, his leadership position had been cemented perfectly. If you wish to know more about the future, please visit www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 956. Ding Yundu did not have to wait for 3 days before he sensed that the Thunder Master God had returned. Smirking coldly, he said, "Seems like you're still afraid that I'll kill all of your subordinates in one fell swoop." The Thunder Master God was enraged. "Ding Yundu, don't you get too cocky. If you can kill my subordinates, can't I head over to your base and kill them?" Ding Yundu replied coldly, "My base? My base has been taken over by the beast stampede. You want to go over? Let's see if you can find a single shadow and I'll consider it your win." Upon hearing the news of the Thunder Master God's return, Napoleon's taut nerves finally relaxed. All of the powerful beings cheered out as they flew out of their castles one after another, welcoming the return of their savior. "Lord Thunder, celestial phenomenon is simply too much of a bully. Lord Thunder, quite a few of our brothers have been killed by him. There's even a batch of injured ones." The Thunder Master God's gaze was dark as he waved his hand. "You guys step back first. I'll speak." Ding Yundu crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking extremely pleased with himself. Clearly, he was not going to be courteous to this Thunder Master God either. Since this guy was clearly here to cause trouble, there was no need for fake formalities. "Ding Yundu, you're bent on falling out with us, aren't you?" The Thunder Master God asked in a deep voice. Cut the crap. You guys were the ones who fell out with us first. Little Thunder, let me ask you. Was it your idea to incite the beast stampede to cause trouble? T. If I wanted to find trouble with you guys, why would I need to borrow the beast stampede? Ding Yundu scoffed coldly. I knew that you guys were cowards who didn't dare to admit to your actions. Little Thunder, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll give you one. The Thunder Master God asked coldly, what do you want? Ding Yundu smiled leisurely. When you weren't around, I didn't want to bully the weak and deal with these useless soldiers of yours. Now that you're here, I can strike then, right? How many of our celestial phenomenon continents people have died? You guys can just pay them back in full. Lunatic. The Thunder Master God berated. Ding Yundu, the matter of the beast stampede has nothing to do with our Windcloud mainland. Don't tell me that you have no judgment at all. You have the cheek to say that. We didn't do anything to Lin Jingfeng, but aren't you blaming it on us? Now, you guys are the biggest suspects in this beast horde. Speaking of the matter with Lin Jingfeng, the Thunder Master God could not help but sweat a little. The celestial phenomenon continent had been wronged by Lin Jingfeng. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud right now. It would be strange if Ding Yundu didn't become even worse. Furthermore, the Thunder Master God did not wish for the matter of the Great Heaven-connecting canyon to be exposed. Just as their mouths were dry, Ding Yundu suddenly received a divine consciousness message. Chief God, the beast tide has retreated. The beast tide has retreated. Where did you retreat to? For the time being, we don't know where they retreated to. My lord, how should we deal with them? Wait and see. As the beast tide retreated, Ding Yundu's anger also subsided by quite a bit. Xiao Chen waved the saber in his hand and snorted coldly. Brat Lei, this time, we took precautions against the beast tide in time and did not cause much damage. Next time, our celestial phenomenon continent will not be so easy to deal with. The reason why the Thunder Master God was so domineering to begin with was because of the matter with Lin Jingfeng. Now that Lin Jingfeng was not dead, the Thunder Master God was naturally not willing to fight to the death with Ding Yundu. Furthermore, his target right now was that Great Canyon. He had no interest in getting entangled with Ding Yundu. He took advantage of the situation and said, Ding Yundu, I'll remember what happened today. Go back and take care of your base. One of these days, I'll definitely go and collect this debt. Ding Yundu roared out in laughter. Then, you're welcome to come anytime. After he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace like a graceful swan. Looking at Ding Yundu disappearing into the horizon, Naboxon gritted his teeth hatefully. Lord Lei, that B***starred is way too detestable. You're letting him go just like that. The Thunder Master God was expressionless as he waved his hand. Let's go in and talk inside. After entering the castle, the Thunder Master God said, Naboxon, I asked you to split up the colossal beast race. Did you put in any effort at all? Lord Lei, your subordinate has been trying to think of a way. That colossal beast race is really united. My strategy of splitting them up did not work at all. However, they did not blame the death of the Ferret King on us either, did they? The Thunder Master God's expression was grim. Why do I feel that there's something strange about this matter? What do you mean? Naboxon was a little perplexed. The deaths of the Ferret King and the Elephant King were clearly my handiwork. It's far from the base of the celestial phenomenon mainland. How could they blame it on the celestial phenomenon mainland? Perhaps the colossal beast race thinks that it was done by the celestial phenomenon mainland and wants to shift the blame onto the Windcloud mainland? Naboxon thought that he was smart. That's not right. I'm guessing that the colossal beast race has been bewitched by someone. Their goal is for us to go to war with the celestial phenomenon mainland. Naboxon was surprised. That doesn't seem too possible, right? There's a huge possibility, the Thunder Master God murmured, unable to figure out the mystery behind this. Right, Lord, how are your gains this time around? Naboxon asked. The Thunder Master God revealed a rare smile. This trip was a huge gain. Jingfeng is indeed not dead. He went to the sky-reaching canyon. He then recounted the events at the sky-reaching canyon. Naboxon was bewildered. This move of young Master Jingfeng is way too unexpected. From his tone, Naboxon could tell that he was somewhat displeased. Lin Jingfeng was the disciple of a master god. Yet, he had to clean up his mess for others to do as he pleased. That wasn't right at all. The Thunder Master God chuckled. Naboxon, I'll make some preparations. All the true Supreme Tao 7th Tribulation and above experts are to gather together and prepare a 10,000-strong excavation team. Lord, why is that? Don't ask. Just do as I say. You have to get it done within 3 days. Can you do it? Naboxon chuckled. A 10,000-strong excavation team will take some time. But 3 days is enough. Don't worry, Lord. Your subordinate will definitely get it done. All right, I'll wait for your news. In these 3 days, I'll be going into seclusion to comprehend some things and read some information. Yes. In the sky-reaching canyon, Qin Wushuang and the others had already received the report of the colossal beast race's retreat. Time was tight, and no one was left behind. Everyone, be careful. I have a feeling that there's something mysterious about this place. Qin Wushuang warned everyone. Everyone was very careful, keeping their eyes and ears on the surroundings. Leader, look. Up ahead, there was yet another illusory realm. This time around, the scale of the illusory realm was even grander. The surroundings were filled with all sorts of strange illusory realms. Space Gate. It was yet another space gate. Each space gate corresponded to a different type of illusory realm. The space gate this time around was clearly different from the previous one. Everyone, don't panic. Let me take a look. Qin Wushuang's consciousness churned as he began to check out these space gates. He knew that these space gates should be equivalent to the entrance of a passageway. Entering them correctly would mean entering a brand new opportunity. If they were to enter the wrong one, they might just enter an eternal hell. Follow me. Qin Wushuang roared out. He had already made his choice. Turning into a streak of light, he bolted toward a space gate in the north. Charge. Phew. 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 Everyone passed through the space gate in a flash. By the time they opened their eyes once more, they were in a gigantic palace. It was exactly the same as the previous palace they saw. This time around, it did not seem like an illusion at all. Because this palace was right in front of them. Qin Wushuang was taken aback. This space gate was so magical. Could it be that they had already been sent out of the original space in an instant? Leader, how could this be? Obviously, everyone felt this miraculous scene. This palace was almost right in front of them. Let's go and take a look. Qin Wushuang did not hesitate and called out. They walked toward the palace. Lion King, is this the Pantheon Temple? Wolf King could not help but ask. Standing at the entrance of the palace, everyone held their breath. The atmosphere of this palace was too strict and solemn. It gave people a feeling of looking up at a tall mountain. A powerful pressure seemed to be filled with endless magic, as if it had reached the core area of the universe. Leader, I'll take the lead. Lu Xiong shouted and was about to rush in. Don't be hasty. Qin Wushuang grabbed hold of Lu Xiong. Qin Wushuang only waved his hand after ascertaining that there were no restrictions on the entrance to the palace. Let's go. 3 days later, the Thunder Master God came out of his seclusion at a perfect cultivation state. By the time he walked out, Naboxon had been waiting for him for a long time. Lord Thunder, the things that you wanted me to prepare are all done. Good. Listen to my orders. Have them split into 50 small teams and sneak into the heaven-reaching Grand Canyon. Remember, keep it a secret and don't cause a huge commotion. Sneak into the heaven-reaching Grand Canyon? Naboxon was taken aback as he mumbled, Lord Thunder, I've just received news that the millions of beast stampedes seem to be heading in that direction as well. What? The beast stampedes are swarming into the heaven-reaching Grand Canyon? That's right. Less than 2 hours ago, the news that I received is absolutely true. The face of the Thunder Master God turned terrible as he cursed out, damn it. I've been played for a fool yet again. Gather everyone and prepare to head for the heaven-reaching Grand Canyon. Lord, don't ask any more. Just do as I say. Right at this moment, the detestable laughter of Ding Yundu drifted in from outside the castle once more. Little brat Thunder, you've got a good plan, eh? Sneaking into the heaven-reaching Grand Canyon to dig for treasures and trying to hide it from me? Damn it, damn it. This time around, the face of the Thunder Master God changed entirely. How did even Ding Yundu know about it? Seemed like there was indeed someone pulling strings behind the scenes. Lord, what's going on? Naboxen was stunned. With a steely face, the Thunder Master God had already rushed out of the castle and yelled out, Ding Yundu, what the hell are you yelling about? If you've got what it takes, you can go and dig as well. I'm not stopping you. Ding Yundu chuckled out calmly, Little brat Thunder, I have no ill intentions for coming here this time around. I just want to ask you for a plan. Are the both of us going up personally? Or are we going to let our subordinates fight for it? The Thunder Master God pondered for a moment. Ding Yundu, what do you mean by that? If we're going up personally, we'll naturally fight it out at all costs. If we restrain ourselves and don't strike out, we'll just let them unleash their mystic skills. What do you think? To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please visit www.chidien.com to read more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 957. Finally, the two Master Gods calmed down and began to discuss a feasible plan. They knew that if the Master Gods were to strike out, the casualties on both sides would be huge. Eventually, they came to an agreement that the Master Gods would not strike out at their subordinates. This was a compromise that both of them could accept. After coming to an agreement, the Thunder Master God returned to his castle with a straight face and instructed, Nabo, you'll be in charge of dispatching the manpower. I'll head over to the canyon first. Remember, there are many crystal stone mines along the way. Our manpower is limited. We've got to snatch those with high yields and good quality. Got it? Yes. The heart of the Thunder Master God was actually shrouded in a dark cloud. Ever since he came to an agreement with Ding Yundu, he had always felt that there was something fishy about this matter. It was as though there was a dark hand manipulating everything behind the scenes. For a mighty Master God to feel as though he had been made a fool of. Naturally, this was a feeling that was absolutely terrible. Right now, the most important thing was not the feeling of unhappiness. Instead, he could vaguely feel that even though there were no major flaws in his first trip to the Great Sky-reaching Canyon, there were still some suspicious points. Thinking about it carefully, these suspicious points were magnified endlessly. He had only sensed Lin Jingfeng's aura when he was close to that place. As for the others, he had more or less sensed them beforehand. That was the reason why he could track them all the way there. Why was it that he had only sensed Lin Jingfeng's aura at the very end? Logically speaking, since Lin Jingfeng was the one who was the most familiar with him, he should have sensed it first. Also, Lin Jingfeng had mentioned that the Snow Ferret King and the Elephant King were forced by him to not reveal their whereabouts. Now that he thought about it carefully, this matter did not seem to be able to stand up to scrutiny. At that time, the Thunder Master God did not suspect anything. But now that he thought about it, there were clearly some things that were worth scrutinizing. Therefore, he decided to check it out once more. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of these suspicious points this time around. It was just that when he tried to contact Lin Jingfeng with his consciousness, he discovered to his shock that he could not sense Lin Jingfeng's consciousness at all. In other words, it was as though Lin Jingfeng had evaporated into thin air once more. Impossible. How could this be? The Thunder Master God was stumped by this strange thing as well. Even as a Master God, he had never come across something as such before. There must be a problem. There must be something wrong with those fellas. At this moment, the Thunder Master God's heart filled with an indescribable regret. Inside the palace, 8 thick chains extended out from all directions towards the center of the palace. The 8 chains were like 8 thick arms, grabbing a huge cauldron and hanging it in the middle of the hall. The walls of the cauldron were filled with all kinds of strange drawings. Qin Wushuang seemed to be familiar with those patterns. He had seen them in the hellish scene when the first space gate appeared. Ha ha ha, welcome to the Pantheon Mystic Palace. Suddenly, a hearty voice came from the main hall. It was filled with an ancient aura. Qin Wushuang and the others were stunned. Then, the voice continued, being able to pass through 2 spatial gates proves that you are all people with discerning eyes. Very good, this 10,000 gods mystic palace will be your final battlefield. Remember, if you enter the Pantheon Mystic Palace, you will either get lost in the palace and enter the land of eternal death. Or, flee for your life and leave this plane. Leave this plane? The eyes of the 7 beast kings immediately surged with fanaticism. Do you see the 8 staircase entrances in front? This is a game. Of these 8 entrances, only 3 lead to the path of hope. The other 5 are the gates to disaster. Remember, disaster. The Pantheon Mystic Palace is where the evil demons are imprisoned. And those 5 entrances lead to the evil demon prison. Each of these 8 entrances has a forceful seal. Once you enter, you will be able to activate the seal. This way, the seal will not be undone without 100 years of time. No one else will be able to enter from this entrance. So, if you can walk through the gates that symbolize hope, then congratulations. Those 3 places have the endless crystal grotto, the treasure trove, and the teleportation grotto that leads to another plane. Haha, welcome to a new journey. At the same time, I would like to remind you that once you enter the entrance, you cannot regret it. So, before you make your choice, you must be careful, haha. I hope you will not enter the evil demon prison, otherwise. After a series of long laughs, there was no more sound. Captain, we have really arrived at the legendary place. Haha, treasures, crystals, and teleportation points. All of this seems to have been tailor-made for us. Captain, you have successfully led us through the previous 2 portals. This time, do you have any premonition? We will listen to you on how to go. Yes, Captain, we will listen to you. Qin Wushuang waved his hand, but did not say anything. After a moment of silence, he raised his head slightly and locked his gaze on the large cauldron that was hung by 8 large chains in the hall. With a flap of his wings, his body turned into a purple light and flew toward the large cauldron. He landed directly on top of the large cauldron and carefully observed it for a while. Qin Wushuang's furrowed brows slowly relaxed a little. However, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a happy smile. He muttered to himself, as expected of the Pantheon Mystic Palace. Playing tricks as soon as we enter. At this point, Qin Wushuang waved his hand and called out, "Come up, all of you." Before the others could understand what he meant, Qin Wushuang called out, "This Pantheon Mystic Palace is both real and illusory. I see that none of the 8 entrances symbolize hope. No matter which entrance you enter, it may be an eternal calamity. The real entrance is here." Everyone was dumbfounded. Don't hesitate, quickly come up. There are secret talismans for teleportation on this cauldron. I recognize some of them. There is no mistake. It was indeed as Qin Wushuang said. Although they did not recognize all of the secret talismans on the large cauldron, the method used was clearly somewhat similar to the method used by their master, Li Shenfeng, to create the 7 deadly arrays formation. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with their master. However, there was no doubt that the ancient formations of the primordial era were more or less similar in terms of style. Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, the others were 100 times more confident and jumped onto the edge of the large cauldron. Down. Qin Wushuang took the lead and directly jumped down onto the large cauldron. Sure enough, with this jump, they seemed to have jumped into a bottomless pit. A golden light wrapped everyone's bodies in an instant. A teleportation array. It was indeed a teleportation array. And the teleportation point was actually on this large cauldron hanging high up. All of this was too unexpected. The golden light flew for an unknown period of time before finally stopping. The surroundings had changed once again. This was simply a paradise on Earth. As far as their eyes could see, the sky was so blue, and the grass all over the ground seemed to be exuding vitality, giving people a feeling of infinite hope. Rainbow Bridge. In their eyes, there was actually a rainbow bridge in the distance. And that rainbow bridge, when the first spatial door appeared, had clearly appeared in the illusion. It seemed that all illusory realms had a physical entity as a counterpart. Finally, Qin Wushuang had grasped something. "Captain, look, crystals." The surrounding mountain range was actually made of crystals. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. These crystal mines were clearly several levels higher in quality than the ones in the periphery. Moreover, the production was definitely higher than the ones in the periphery. Ji Yufeng's eyes immediately lit up. "Captain, the spiritual power in this mine is too abundant. According to my intuition, there might be supreme-grade Great Luo crystals here." Supreme-grade Great Luo crystals? That's right. My uncle and nephew once had experience in the mines. We have some experience in crystal mining. Captain, give the order. We uncle and nephew will definitely dig out a large pile of crystals for you, although they were seriously lacking in manpower. But if they could dig out some high-grade or even supreme-grade crystals, one was enough to compare to countless low-grade crystals. Okay, you guys go and try, but you must be careful. After receiving the order, Lu Tong and his nephew were overjoyed and walked towards the continuous mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Lu Tong held a mountain-splitting axe in his hand, while Lu Xiong held a golden melon giant hammer. At a glance, the uncle and nephew were obviously experts. They actually began to dig. To mine these crystals, your strength is too strong, so it obviously won't work. But, if you don't have enough strength, it won't work. If you don't have enough strength, you won't even be able to open up the mine. If you can't destroy the spirit energy wall of the crystals, there's no way you can extract out a single crystal. These crystals were natural objects of the heavens and earth, and had the habit of gathering together. When all the crystals were gathered together, the spirit energy wall was extremely frightening. Just as the uncle and nephew were about to mine, Lu Xiong suddenly yelled out, "Captain, hurry and come. There's a gigantic mirror here. Hurry and take a look." Indeed, there was an octagonal mirror that was grinded out of crystals, with 8 flat surfaces. To think that every single flat surface would have content, as though it was a movie screen. The content within was actually an important region of the entire heaven-connecting Grand Canyon. Not good. Isn't that the Thunder Master God? He's already here? Lu Xiong was the first to discover the Thunder Master God, as he could not help but yell out. To think that this Thunder Master God would have already arrived near their second space gate. The moment he broke through the second space gate, he would head straight in and find this place. As for the Thunder Master God, it was clear that he had already entered a berserk state of rage. Jing Feng, hurry and answer me. Wu Xinghe, you lad. Get the hell out here. And all of you beast kings, get the hell out here. Tai Hong scolded out, this Thunder Master God is really like a lingering spirit that just won't go away. However, Qin Wushuang instructed, don't bother about him first. He won't be able to find his way here in a short period of time. We'll leave after he finds his way here. Let's play hide and seek with him. Lu Tong, Lu Xiong, you guys hurry up. If you can, do it. If you can't, don't be greedy. Suddenly, Black Wing smirked out sinisterly. Captain, I suddenly have an idea. What is it? Isn't that Lin Jingfeng being controlled by you? You can send him to receive the Thunder Master God and lure him into any one of those 8 entrances. This suggestion was indeed vicious enough. If you want to know what happens next, please visit www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 958. This was a vicious idea. Furthermore, given the strangeness of this myriad god disorienting palace, even master gods might get lost within if they were to enter that death entrance. This was a plan that could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Qin Wushuang shook his head. I still have some use for Lin Jingfeng. Don't be hasty. It won't be that easy for that Thunder Master God to find this place. He then turned around and instructed, everyone, go and help Lu Tong and his nephew out. I'll check out the surroundings. I'm guessing that there must be some sort of movement within this myriad god disorienting palace. Right now, we're definitely still roaming around the outskirts. Everyone replied in unison and went about their own business. Blackwing, don't go. Come with me. The Blackwing Bat was just fretting over the fact that he had to go mine. Upon hearing Qin Wushuang's instructions, he replied gleefully, all right. Qin Wushuang brought the Black Wing and flew toward the Rainbow Bridge. At this moment, the Rainbow Bridge could no longer be an illusion. Walking on the Rainbow Bridge, Qin Wushuang felt a strange feeling in his heart. This myriad god disorienting palace was indeed a mixture of illusion and reality. Seemed like everything that he saw in this plane did not pose much of a threat. Walking past the end of the Rainbow Bridge, he caught sight of 3 long heavenly ladders that extended all the way into the unknown horizon. The heavenly ladders that hung in the air gave off an extremely strong visual impact. Even though the heavenly ladders were extremely wide, there were no handrails on either side as they hung there out of thin air. Looking up from below, even if they were on a slope, they still towered into the clouds. If one were to walk to the highest point and look down, even if one were a divine state cultivator, they would probably feel their hearts skip a beat. These 3 heavenly ladders were exactly the same, without any differences at all. The only difference was in their orientation. Looking at the 3 heavenly ladders, Qin Wushuang had a strange feeling in his heart. Right at this moment, that voice boomed out, "What you guys are looking at right now are the heavenly ladders. These 3 heavenly ladders lead to 3 different places. One of them leads to the demon-suppressing prison where countless demons are locked up. One of them leads to the ultimate treasure trove of the myriad god disorienting palace. The last one, haha. I have no idea where it leads to at all. It's a teleportation tunnel that leads to an unknown direction. I hope that your luck won't be so bad as to walk into that passageway. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee where you'll be teleported to. It's very likely that he'll get lost in the spatial turbulence." Qin Wushuang sat on the Rainbow Bridge and remained silent for a long time. This time, he discovered that no matter how strong his intuition was, he was still unable to see through the 3 stairways in front of the Rainbow Bridge. In the end, which one was safe? "Captain, how is it?" Blackwing seemed to be worried as well. Qin Wushuang sighed softly, "I can't tell." Without a doubt, the master of the Pantheon Bewildering Palace was from an unknown era. However, there was no doubt that his strength was at the level of his master, Li Shenfeng, who was at the level of the Holy Emperor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the stairway to heaven to be so flawless without any flaws. Qin Wushuang had inherited Li Shenfeng's bloodline. His intuition was so strong that it was almost as strong as a sovereign's. However, he could not see the difference between the 3 stairways to heaven. "Then how should we choose?" Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "I have an idea." As he spoke, he made a hand seal and summoned 2 puppets. When Qin Wushuang first created the great golem puppets, he only made 9 at first to cultivate the 9 palaces' return to one sword formation. Later, he felt that it was not enough, so he made a few more, using up all the materials. Now, these extra puppets had come in handy. Although Qin Wushuang did not fuse the souls of other cultivators into them, his soul was entrusted inside to control these great golem puppets. Now that he sent these great golem puppets to scout the way, he knew the reason. The 3 great golem puppets each led to the 3 stairways to heaven. They flew up quickly and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Blackwing Bat looked at this scene in a daze. "Captain, you really have great abilities. These methods are endless. I'm really impressed." "Blackwing, don't flatter me. I didn't make many of these great golem puppets. Now that I've used 3, at least one of them is definitely dead." Blackwing said sincerely, "That's still better than a real cultivator scouting the way, right? Great golem puppets aren't made of flesh and blood, right?" "Haha, Blackwing, are you afraid that I'll order you to do these things?" Blackwing blushed and smiled embarrassedly. "Captain, you definitely won't. Yes, I didn't use the divine venomous puppet technique on you to take your life, nor to order you around like a slave. What I want is an obedient envoy. What I need is a capable assistant, and what I need is that you won't dare to disobey me. Before you completely submit, this divine venomous puppet technique is a restriction. One day, I'll get rid of it for you." Blackwing believed it. After such a long time, although he had become a puppet, the captain clearly did not treat him as a slave, but as an ordinary member of the team, with the same status. Even the captain had never mentioned that he, Black Wing, was a puppet in front of the public. Qin Wushuang focused his mind, paying attention to the whereabouts of the three puppets. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from behind. "Captain, there are so many crystals, we're rich, we're rich." Lu Xiong's laughter came. Black Wing was startled, then said, "Captain, I'll go take a look." "Let's go together." There were indeed a lot of crystals here. Moreover, what they didn't expect was that the crystal stones here were all naturally formed. They were very large. Although they were also granular, the size of a crystal stone was 10 times larger than an ordinary crystal stone. This kind of large crystal stone had a completely different spiritual power and aptitude compared to ordinary crystal stones. "We're rich, we're rich. Captain, look, even the worst crystals here are of the 5th rank. 6th and 7th rank are ordinary, and there are many of the 8th and 9th rank. Captain, we found a supreme grade crystal." "Captain, haha." Little Jiang also shouted. Seeing the mountains of Deluo crystals, these wandering cultivators went completely crazy. This kind of situation usually only appeared in dreams. Their dream of getting rich had come so quickly. They had only seen this kind of situation in their dreams, and even in their dreams, it was not so dazzling and realistic. A huge supreme-grade Deluo crystal. According to everyone's collective guess, this should be a 10th rank Deluo crystal. "Go, get it down," Qin Wushuang ordered. Qin Wushuang did not hold back at this time. He summoned all the puppets, including the Sky God puppets. Master Li Shenfeng had prepared a total of 12 Sky God puppets for him. Among them, there were 2 Second Tribulation Sky God puppets and 2 Third Tribulation Sky God puppets. There were 3 Fourth and 5th Tribulations, and 6 Sixth Tribulations. Now that Qin Wushuang was at the first tribulation of the Sky God Dao stage, he summoned 4 Sky God puppets at once according to the principle of summoning across 2 levels. When they saw Qin Wushuang conjuring out heavenly god elite warriors like magic, everyone was dumbstruck. They were already numb from the shock. This Lord Xinghe was truly shocking. After a moment of astonishment, it was replaced by an indescribable ecstasy. They felt that it was an exciting thing to rely on such a captain. This captain was ambitious. If they followed him, they might really be able to start a big career in the future. With this new batch of manpower, the speed of mining the crystal immediately sped up. After all, the strength of a Third Tribulation Sky God Dao expert was not just a boast. Generally, Third Tribulation Sky God Dao experts were super experts. Even if they wanted to participate in mining, they would mostly be supervisors. Due to their status, they would not personally participate in mining. Mining was a rough job. However, with Qin Wushuang, Third Tribulation Sky God Dao experts were only Sky God puppets. They had to listen to Qin Wushuang's orders. Once all the Third Tribulation Sky God Dao experts participated, naturally one of them was worth 100 of them. With all of them mobilized, the combined efforts of 20 to 30 experts was equivalent to thousands of miners working hard. 3 days passed. There was a happy smile on everyone's face. There was only one reason. They had made a fortune. Millions of crystal stones were constantly being mined. Although there were no more top-grade crystal stones after that, many 8th grade and 9th grade upper-grade Deluo crystal stones were dug out. "Captain, we'll need at most 2 days. In 2 days, we'll be able to dig through all the areas. The northwest area is the most difficult. According to our speculation, there may be top-grade crystal stones there." "Haha, I hope there will be more excitement," Lu Xiong reported to Qin Wushuang with joy. Qin Wushuang said, "There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up." Lu Xiong was about to reply when Lu Tong in the distance shouted, "Captain, please come over. There's a new situation." "Chem." Qin Wushuang flew over there at a rapid speed. The situation was like this. The northwest area was very difficult to excavate. Their excavation was met with great resistance. Now, even a Third Tribulation Sky God Dao expert could not break that area. There seemed to be some kind of seal in that place. Captain, now that we have used all our tools, we can't open it. If these Sky God Dao experts use all their strength, they can definitely break it open. However, although the spiritual power of the crystal stones is high, they are very fragile. Once the structure of the crystal stones is destroyed, they are worthless. We are worried that there are top-grade crystals here, so we don't dare to act rashly. Captain, please do your best. Lu Tong explained the situation in detail. What tools are you using? Chisel, hammer, drill, all kinds of tools. When it's time to use a sharp weapon, use a sharp weapon, and when it's time to use a blunt weapon, use a blunt weapon. Now, we must use sharp weapons here, and we must control the strength well. It's not brute force, but skill. Lu Tong gestured and explained to Qin Wushuang. Now, they could only see what the captain could do. They had already thought of all the methods. Qin Wushuang nodded. Have you mined almost all the crystal stones in the surrounding area? Almost all. We got a total of more than 3 million crystals, half of which are middle-grade Deluo crystals and the other half are high-grade. There is not a single low-grade Deluo crystal. Captain, this is a miracle. I don't believe that there are no top-grade crystals in such a crystal mine. Lu Tong emphasized again and again. Millions of middle-grade and low-grade crystals, if converted to first-grade crystals, was simply an astronomical figure. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were as rich as a country. There will be 6 chapters updated today, to make up for yesterday's 4 chapters. Aside from the topic, Old Nyo had been sleeping for the entire day. It was also the most comfortable day Old Nyo had slept in the past few months. He slept until 9 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. I'm in high spirits right now. There are still 5 chapters left. I can finish them all if I keep writing them until late at night. I definitely won't be late today, so please don't worry, everyone. Chapter 959. Qin Wushuang looked around. According to his estimations, this northwest region was a mining area with a considerable amount of production. From all aspects, there should be a large amount of crystal stones. After mining for 3 days, Qin Wushuang finally gained a lot of knowledge about crystal stones. He had a good understanding of the mining and distribution of Deluo crystal stones, as well as the situation of their nurturing. Captain, we have to think of a way. Lu Tong said. Such a good group of crystal stones proves that the terrain here is very good. It will definitely nurture a top-quality crystal stone king. We have already dug out top-quality crystal stones 2 days ago, but the quality is still not the best. I believe that if we open this place, there will definitely be more top-quality crystal stones. Lu Tong had participated in many crystal stone mining experiences. Thus, these words were all based on his experience. He had a calm personality. If he dared to say these words, then he basically had a great deal of confidence. Captain, why don't we give it a try? Doesn't Lin Jingfeng have a Master God weapon? Let him try using the Master God weapon. Use the fastest speed to open a crack. We don't need to go too deep. As long as we can open a crack, we can start. Lin Jingfeng laughed awkwardly. My Master God weapon is not a sharp weapon. I can't do this kind of technical work. This was not unduly belittling himself, nor was it excessive modesty. The meteor hammer was indeed not a sharp weapon. If one were to talk about large-scale attacks or scattered defense, then the meteor hammer was indeed a good weapon. However, to use the meteor hammer to do technical work that could only be done by a sharp weapon, it was really unbearable. Qin Wushuang saw that everyone was looking at Lin Jingfeng with some confusion. He waved his hand. Everyone, don't misunderstand. His Master God weapon is the meteor hammer. With one strike, the entire mine will be destroyed by him. Hearing this, Lu Tong felt that it was a pity. Regret was clearly written on his face. Let me try. Qin Wushuang laughed. All of you, step back. Everyone was shocked. They had seen Qin Wushuang's weapons. The yin-yang nature blade, a whip, and a pair of twin swords. Could it be that they were Master God weapons? These people had never seen Master God weapons. Naturally, They did not know the power of Master God weapons. He also lacked a necessary understanding of sovereign artifacts. However, Lin Jingfeng had seen the prowess of Qin Wushuang's Sky Branch Kuei Wolf twin swords. He smiled and said, "Even my meteor hammer couldn't block Master's attack. He will definitely succeed." When everyone heard this, they consciously scattered in all directions. Qin Wushuang raised his arms, and the celestial branch Kuei Wolf flew out. 2 rays of light circled above his head. Qin Wushuang grasped the 2 swords with both hands. He laughed heartily. He made a sword seal and disappeared into the void. With a flash of purple light, he suddenly appeared on the wall of the mine. Kai Kai. The 2 sword lights landed on the same area almost at the same time and combined into a single sword light. It was as thin as a blade. Crack crack. A cracking sound could be heard. Obvious staggered layers appeared on the mountain wall. A hair-thin crack appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This sword strike was even more straightforward than a knife cutting through tofu. It directly split open 2 thin cracks. Technical work. This was definitely technical work. He did not rely on brute force, but on extremely brilliant sword skills. The skill of this sword skill had already reached a rather subtle level. Good, Captain, there is really nothing a capable person can't do. Too strong. Lu Tong was also overjoyed. That's great, Captain, leave the rest to me. With these 2 opened cracks, it would be easy for him to start with his tools. As he continued to mine, an accident happened. After mining a few hundred feet deep, there was actually not a single crystal. How is this possible? Lu Xiong shouted. Could it be that there was a mistake in the detection? This area is clearly filled with spiritual power. Why are the crystals so sparsely distributed? After digging for so long, we still haven't reached the core layer. Little Lu, don't be impatient. The 9-tailed fox king at the side comforted him. Little Lu muttered, "It's too strange." Lu Tong scolded, "Don't say so much, Captain. Look, along the way, the soil is obviously different from ordinary soil." Oh, is there something here? After all, Qin Wushuang was not as proficient as Lu Tong. There is. This soil is the outer layer of the crystals. It fell off and became this form of stone soil. What do you mean? The outer layer of the crystals? Could it be that the crystals in this area have already been mined? Qin Wushuang frowned and asked. Lu Tong pondered for a moment and said, "I have never encountered such a situation before. However, according to my speculation, what Captain said should be the norm. But here, there is no trace of exploitation, and before Captain broke the crystal wall just now, this place was obviously not damaged. I'm guessing that the crystals here have never been mined before. Then why is there only a layer of the outer layer left? Could it be that the crystals flew away by themselves?" Before Qin Wushuang could ask, Tai Hong couldn't hold back his anger. "Ha ha, Vice Captain, the crystals themselves can't fly. Look at these soils, do you have any associations? What do they look like?" Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "I think they look like a layer of skin shed by a snake." "Yes, Captain, you are absolutely right. The crystals have an outer layer of crystals, which is the same as shedding skin. Captain, let me guess. If I guess wrong, don't laugh at me. Lu Tong, just say it." Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "We are all on the same side, there is no laughing matter. Yes, old Lu, just say what you want to say. Why are you like this?" Lu Tong smiled and nodded. "I'm guessing that this crystal is definitely still there. It's just that it's in another form. I've heard that crystal stones are also spiritual objects. In general, crystal stones are densely packed together, but there is also a special kind of mineral deposit, which is called the Crystal Stone King. If there was a Crystal Stone King in this area, it would produce a summoning force and a suction force that would draw the surrounding crystal stones to it. The crystal stones would grow as they got closer to it. They would provide the Crystal Stone King with spiritual power while absorbing the Crystal Stone King's spiritual power. This cycle complements each other and improves each other's aptitude. According to what you said, isn't it? Yes, if there is such a possibility, then the crystals produced in this place may surpass all our previous gains, or even multiply by several times. Once there is a supreme crystal king, we will really be rich. Maybe we will be richer than the main temple. Richer than the main temple? They were completely dumbfounded. Even Jiyu Feng, who was always obsessed with crystals, was completely dumbfounded. Was this a dream? Richer than the main temple? Everyone, I am not joking. If anyone has a supreme crystal king, he will be qualified to become the master of a stellar zone. Even a lord will have to look up to him. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must be able to protect the supreme crystal king. An ordinary crystal king was enough to make 3 sovereigns. If he is a little careless, he can even make more than 10 lords. Qin Wushuang was also tempted by Lu Tong's words. He chuckled and said, "Lu Tong, if it is really so valuable, then our risk this time is worth it." Lu Tong said seriously, "Captain, even without this mining area, our gains are worth it. Do you want to go deeper? Isn't that nonsense? Why don't we go deeper?" Jiyu Feng's eyes were red as he shouted. It is easy to go deeper, but if it is a supreme crystal king, there must be some divine beasts guarding it. Their strength is unfathomable. The danger is. Qin Wushuang nodded. "Everyone, I will go in." At this time, as the captain, it would be unreasonable if he did not take the lead. "Captain, I will go," Taihong said. The others were also eager to give it a try. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Everyone, it is better for you to go than for me. I am the captain. How can I be worthy of being your captain if I let you take the risk at this critical moment? Don't worry, if we get a supreme crystal king, we will all have a share." "Captain, look at what you are saying. If there is only one share, it will naturally be yours. We are just followers, we don't have much contribution." "That's right, Captain. The fact that we're able to get here is all thanks to you. Captain, you are a man of great achievements, we can all see that. If there is only one supreme crystal king, then it will be yours. If there are 2, we will share it with the others. Yes, who is not convinced, come and reason with me." Hei Yi said tirelessly. Taihong also smiled and said, "Captain, it's the people's will fist. Don't reject it. Besides, you are going to take the risk, we are just here to watch. We can't take advantage of you." Qin Wushuang waved his hand. "Then wait for me to come out." Lu Tong gave the digging tools to Qin Wushuang and reminded him of some things. Qin Wushuang's comprehension was very high, and he quickly grasped it. A narrow tunnel was constantly being dug. Qin Wushuang went deeper, and increasingly felt a strong spiritual power beckoning from afar. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang felt a majestic high temperature, surging from the front like a tide. The 2 swords in front of him, his body turned into a rainbow, flying forward. He did not retreat, but advanced. Whoosh, a sparkling light formed a strong attack wave, rumbling over. Qin Wushuang pointed with his 2 swords and shouted, "Break!" The 2 swords moved together, thrusting toward the dazzling light wave. Boom! The 2 forces collided. A scream sounded, and a ball of silver light rolled in the tunnel, its speed constantly decreasing. It was a spirit beast that looked exactly like the earth spirit, Golden Light Mouse. It stared at Qin Wushuang warily, letting out a sharp cry. This evil creature, could it be an earth spirit, Golden Light Mouse? Qin Wushuang felt it was inconceivable. The earth spirit, Golden Light Mouse, was a golden creature. And although this one had the same appearance, its whole body was silver, the same color as the sparkling crystal. There was no trace of golden light at all. To be precise, this was more like an earth spirit, Silverlight Mouse. That spirit beast was obviously very strong. Its hind legs bounced off the ground, and its body shot toward Qin Wushuang like a cannonball. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 960. Clang, 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 clang. The spirit beast's speed was comparable to lightning. Every impact was very strong, and the most terrifying thing was its speed. It was like a shadow shuttling in the cave. The whole cave was full of rat shadows. Unfortunately, although it was fast, Qin Wushuang was not slow either. The Heaven Branch Kuei wolf double swords were full of spirituality. They were controlled by Qin Wushuang with his mind, and were used as shields in front of him. No matter how the spirit beast attacked, Qin Wushuang was always faster. The two swords blocked the spirit beast's attack again and again, but it did not succeed. That spiritual beast flew into a rage out of humiliation. Suddenly, it shook its body and transformed into countless clones that shot towards Qin Wushuang like raindrops. The Heavenly Branch Kuei wolf swords followed the same pattern, emitting thousands of sword glows that formed a giant net in the air, blocking the attacks of the phantoms without leaving a single one unharmed. That spiritual beast was completely dumbstruck as it crouched on the ground and breathed deeply. Its pair of eyes stared at Qin Wushuang with curiosity. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang's pair of swords had worn away much of that surge of soaring battle intent. "Hey, little rat, do you still want to fight?" Qin Wushuang said with a smile. According to Qin Wushuang's estimation, the spirit beast was at least at the second tribulation of the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. However, the cave was narrow, and the spirit beast could not fully use its divine sense. Qin Wushuang was in the cave, and the defense area was very small. As long as he guarded the door, the spirit beast would not be able to gain anything even if it attacked for 10 years. Of course, Qin Wushuang also restrained himself. The power of the Sky Branch Kuei wolf, he almost only used the defensive side, using the pair of swords as a shield. In terms of attacking power, there was no attack at all. The spirit beast obviously realized this, and muttered in beast language, "Strange human, why don't you attack?" "If I attack, you'll be in big trouble," Qin Wushuang said with a smile. "Although this terrain is your territory, it's not good for you to play. If I break this whole cavern and my companions come in, you'll be in even more trouble. Little mouse, it seems like you know how many of us are here." The spirit beast snorted coldly. "You humans like to bully others with numbers. Haha, I don't intend to bully you with numbers. Little mouse, I'm here for the crystal stones. As long as you let me pass, I won't hit you." The spirit beast shouted, "I am the guardian of the Jingsha. If you want to take the Jingsha, you have to go through me. Are you really going to do it? I won't show any mercy." The spirit beast saw that Qin Wushuang was mischievous, but it also knew that Qin Wushuang's pair of swords were powerful. It angrily said, "You are relying on your powerful weapons. Without these two swords, I am not afraid of you." Qin Wushuang sighed helplessly, "I don't want to be called a bully. There's no other way. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave wins. I can only use the strongest equipment. Then let's fight again. If you beat me, all the Jingsha here will be yours." The spirit beast was clearly in a frenzy. It let out a loud roar and charged over again. Qin Wushuang shouted, "Then I'll use my real skills." He swung his two swords, and the two swords suddenly seemed to encircle one. They formed a semicircle in front of each other, forming the shape of a yin-yang taiji fish. "Little mouse, have a taste of my yin-yang aurora." The yin-yang aurora displayed by the yin-yang creation saber was already very terrifying. And this Heavenly Branch Kuei wolf sword was a heavenly venerable level divine weapon. Its power could be imagined. The yin-yang aurora was pushed out. The entire cavern was like a balloon that had been blown to the limit, as if it was about to explode. The spirit beast was also impressive. It turned into thousands of afterimages and avoided the core of the yin-yang aurora. It was just that once the yin-yang aurora was formed, it appeared continuously. Qin Wushuang moved his two swords in succession, and circle after circle kept surging out. In a moment, the entire tunnel was completely blocked by the circle of the yin-yang aurora. Then, the yin-yang aurora was like a fishing net that was being closed, constantly closing in. The little mouse was like a fish caught in a net. It cried out loudly in the huge net of the yin-yang aurora. "Haha, are you convinced?" Qin Wushuang stopped activating the yin-yang aurora. The little mouse begged for mercy. "I'm convinced, you despicable guy. I'm convinced, okay? Am I despicable? It seems that you're not convinced." Qin Wushuang smiled. "I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. Ouch. Qin Wushuang smiled and said, if you're convinced, then lead the way. In front of the powerful Qin Wushuang, the little mouse had no choice but to submit and lead Qin Wushuang forward. The dazzling light kept shooting over, so dazzling that Qin Wushuang almost couldn't open his eyes. The King of Crystals. In a cave, piles of crystals were piled up. There were at least a few million of them. And these crystals were like the stars in the sky surrounding the moon, forming a posture of stars surrounding the moon. In the middle, a crystal the size of a head was emitting an inexplicably powerful spiritual power, which made people's breathing quicken at a glance. This crystal was sparkling and translucent, like a miniature of the creation of heaven and earth. It was like a condensation of the universe, deep and unfathomable. Next to this crystal, there were 7 other fist-sized crystals. They looked like the King of Crystals. These 7 crystals belonged to the core layer of the second ring. There were 21 crystals in the third ring. Their quality was just like the top-grade crystal that he had discovered earlier. They were shining brightly, although they could not be compared to the core layer. Although they couldn't compare to the core layer, compared to the millions of crystals around them, they were extremely dazzling. King of Crystals. Qin Wushuang murmured. The little mouse snorted. Human, you're lucky. Even a lord can't take out so many crystals. Maybe even a heavenly venerable can't take out so many. Oh! Qin Wushuang smiled faintly. The biggest one in the middle is a top-grade 12 Deluo Supreme crystal. It's the essence of the creation of heaven and earth. Even a heavenly venerable would drool over it. The 7 crystals in the second ring are grade 11 King of Crystals. Even a lord may not have them. As for the 21 crystals in the third ring, they're grade 10 King of Crystals. This thing can only be found by chance. Although it can't become a lord early, if a 6th tribulation heavenly god has a 20% chance of becoming a lord, then these King of Crystals can increase his chances by 20%. As for the other top-grade crystals, the little mouse didn't even bother to introduce them. Obviously, in its eyes, other than the King of Crystals, the so-called top-grade crystals weren't worth mentioning at all. Did you move all these crystals here? Or were they attracted here by the King of Crystals? Of course it was the King of Crystals. The little mouse said in a tone that said he was ignorant. I've been cultivating here for tens of thousands of years. If it weren't for you, despicable human, disturbing me, I would have become a Lord of Gods sooner or later. Humph, our Earth Spirit Golden Light Mouse clan has never broken through to Lord of Gods. If I can, I'll definitely become a miracle. This little mouse's ambition was not small. Qin Wushuang laughed. This way, you hate me to death, right? Humph, it's good that you know. Qin Wushuang laughed. How about this? I'll take these crystals away. You can also come with me. You usually rely on absorbing the power of the crystals to cultivate, and I can also provide it for you. This way, is it okay? Really? Yes, as long as you don't touch the King of Crystals, it's fine. If you really want to touch the King of Crystals, you need to apply with me first. Don't worry, I can't eat the King of Crystals at all now. I only need top-grade crystals, a large number of them will be enough, haha. The mouse was obviously very excited. Human, you don't seem to be bad. Who told you that humans must be bad? Humans aren't bad. You enslaved our Earth Spirit Golden Light Mouse clan to serve you. You explored the crystals and killed them as you wanted. If you're not bad, who else is? The little mouse seemed to feel that it had said too much and smiled apologetically. Of course, you seem to be an exception. Haha, you've already said it. There's no need to smooth things over. You're right. There are bad people among humans, but there are also good people. They can't be generalized. I'll take all these crystals. Fortunately, the main temple had prepared a space ring for them to store the crystals, which was very large. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be able to hold so many crystals. After putting all the crystals into the space ring, Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Go on in. This is the main god's space ring. There's enough space and spirit qi. You can cultivate to your heart's content. It's better than you hiding in here. You can cultivate in my space ring and come out whenever you want to. Haha, that's true. The mouse scratched its head and was also very happy. Right, little mouse, the fur of a golden light mouse is shining with golden light. How did you become a silver light mouse? These words brought up a sad memory. Who knows? I was originally golden, but after coming here and absorbing the energy of the crystals for a long time, I don't know when it became silver. Sigh, how embarrassing. The symbol of us golden light mice is our shining golden fur. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so nostalgic. Qin Wushuang laughed and swept around the cave again to see if he had missed anything else. Don't worry, there's no need to look. I'm extremely familiar with every single corner of this place. If you can find even half a piece of extra crystal, I'll admit that you're strong. Hee, let's go. Qin Wushuang brought the earth spirit, the silverlight mouse, and headed out. With a loud boom, a purple light burst out of the tunnel and landed on the ground outside. The moment he landed, Qin Wushuang's face changed. Everyone was present. However, there was an additional person beside them. That's right, the Thunder Master God. The Thunder Master God stood there impressively and looked at Qin Wushuang with a smile that did not seem to be a smile. The corners of his eyes twitched as a series of killing intent flashed out. Wu Xinghe, you've really done a good job of deceiving me. The Thunder Master God scoffed out coldly. Sorry, I forgot to post the second update just now, but I'm posting it together now. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 961. Thankfully, the Thunder Master God was extremely arrogant. To think that he would be able to remain calm and composed at this moment, and did not launch a sneak attack on Qin Wushuang. Otherwise, it would truly be hard to tell what the outcome would be. Looking at the others, they all had bitter expressions on their faces and were dumbstruck. None of them dared to move at all. It was as though he had been cursed by the Thunder Master God. When the Earth Spirit Golden Lit Rat caught sight of the Thunder Master God, it was startled as well. A Master God powerful being? Qin Wushuang glared at the Thunder Master God coldly. You're not that slow, eh? The Thunder Master God scoffed out coldly. Lad, I couldn't tell that you've got some tricks up your sleeves, eh? You actually managed to scare this sovereign god into running in circles. Right now, the entire Grand Sky-reaching canyon is in chaos. I'm afraid it's all because of you, kid. Qin Wushuang sneered. You really think highly of me. Cut the crap and hand over the crystals. I'll let you live. Otherwise, apart from Jingfeng, none of you will survive. Qin Wushuang laughed loudly. None of them will die. The brows of the Thunder Master God furrowed. Are you trying to challenge my temper? Or do you think I don't dare to kill them? If you dare to kill them, you can also kill them. But you killed them. Whether it's the crystal or Lin Jingfeng, you won't be able to get them. Also, look at the Rainbow Bridge. The 3 ladders lead to the same area. Do you know where the passage to the treasure vault is? You know? Of course I know. Qin Wushuang smiled proudly. Haha, kid, you really know how to boast. It's no wonder that bunch of idiots from the Giant Beast clan were so fooled by you that they didn't hesitate to betray our Wind Cloud continent. Your Excellency Thunder Master God, it's not up to you to decide whether or not I'm bragging. Listen, you can attack, but I can kill Lin Jingfeng with just a thought. Whether you believe it or not, you can give it a try. He's already been controlled by my puppet technique. With just a thought, I can make his soul explode and he dies. What? The gaze of the Thunder Master God froze up as 2 sharp beams of light shot out from his eyes silently. Clang. Tianzi Kuei Lang stood in front and blocked the 2 invisible spiritual attacks. Although the sword was buzzing from the impact, it still managed to block them. But the pair of Empyrean divine swords were not damaged at all. They just emitted sharp sword hums continuously. The eyes of the Thunder Master God narrowed into slits instantly. How could this be? A lord's divine telekinesis was more powerful than any arrow. It could kill without leaving a trace. This young man's pair of swords was actually able to block a lord's divine telekinesis attack. Master God weapon? A strange thought crossed the mind of the Thunder Master God. No, he's just a young man. His cultivation is only at the first or second tribulation of the heavenly supreme Tao stage. Even if he has a Master God weapon, he can't block my divine will. Could it be an Empyrean divine artifact? The moment he thought of that, a greedy desire surged into the heart of the Thunder Master God. Empyrean divine artifact. This was something even rarer than crystals. Unless there was a 12th grade top grade crystal, only then could it be mentioned in the same breath as an Empyrean artifact. An Empyrean divine artifact was different from a Master divine artifact. It was a divine Tao weapon that only Empyreans could possess. The difficulty of crafting it, and the fact that one had to make use of the power of the stars to refine it, was something that was hard to come by. Furthermore, the most important thing was that the materials required to craft an Empyrean divine artifact were something that could only be chanced upon by luck. In order to craft an Empyrean divine artifact, one would need at least a 11th grade crystal as a consumable for the cauldron in order to succeed. Otherwise, the final step of the crafting process would not be completed at all. Empyrean divine artifact, even some of the true Empyreans might not necessarily possess something like that. Let alone a master god like him who could not even be considered as the master of a dimension. To put it bluntly, if he could get his hands on this pair of Empyrean divine swords, he would even have the rights to have the Wind Master God give up his position and hand over the position of the master of the dimension of the Wind Cloud mainland to him. Furthermore, he would not have to worry about the Wind Master God rejecting him. Whoever possessed the stronger means and equipment would be the boss. That was the law. Even without the Wind Master God giving up his position, he could still go and open up a brand new world and possess a brand new dimension. As long as he liked it, he would definitely be able to do it. A Empyrean divine artifact was a symbol of status and identity. Just think about it. Even Empyreans might not necessarily possess a Empyrean divine artifact. If a master god like him were to be equipped with it, what sort of glory and prestige would that be? Instantly, the Thunder Master God thought of many things. Greed caused his eyes to flicker endlessly. However, Qin Wushuang instinctively raised his guard to the highest level. How could he not tell that this pair of Empyrean divine artifacts of his had attracted the covetous eyes of the Thunder Master God? His lips curled into a mocking smile. However, that look of his had the Thunder Master God on his guard. For this lad to be so arrogant, could he have some sort of background? The moment he thought of that, his mind calmed down considerably. Greed was greed. He had to get a clear picture of the situation first. If he were to offend an existence that he could not afford to offend at all, he would be in big trouble. This lad was only at the first or second tribulation of the heavenly supreme Tao realm. To think that he would be able to use a Empyrean divine artifact. How was that different from a kid walking around the streets with gold in his arms? Usually, in a situation as such, there would either be a deep reason behind it or the kid was just a retard. Clearly, this young man before him was full of schemes and was definitely not one of those retards. If that were the case, just what sort of a background did this lad have? Thunder Master God, are you interested in the two swords in my hands? Qin Wushuang asked with a smile that did not look like a smile. After that brief moment of nervousness at the start, Qin Wushuang's mind regained its composure once more. He began to think of a countermeasure. This time around, he had truly been too careless. To think that the Thunder Master God would have arrived this quickly. However, since he was already here, he had to think of a way to deal with him. He could not just sit there and wait for death to come. Empyrean divine artifacts. Lad, you're pretty rich, aren't you? Where did your master come from? What's your background? Why do you have to pretend to be an itinerant cultivator to scare others? Under such circumstances, the Thunder Master God did not dare to let his guard down. Why do you care where I come from? My Empyrean divine artifacts were personally crafted by my master and fused with his soul. Even if I were to give them to you, you might not even dare to use them. So, I'd advise you to give up on trying to get your hands on them. Although those words were half true and half false, they were truly intimidating. The Thunder Master God did not doubt it at all. A Empyrean divine artifact was not something that anyone could craft just because they wanted to. Without a powerful being of the Empyrean level, one could forget about it. Therefore, he had no reason to doubt Qin Wushuang's claim that it was crafted by his master. What he wanted to find out more was just who the master of this person was. Was this an existence that he, the Thunder Master God, could afford to offend? To be more precise, he wanted to know if the backing of the great Chen Starfield could afford to offend this person. Lad, don't get cocky now. So what if it's a Empyrean divine artifact? In your hands, it's nothing more than scrap metal that you can use to scare off those weaklings. You can dream on if you want to scare off a Master God. Haha. Thunder Master God, why don't you give it a try then? Since you can snatch away my Empyrean divine artifact today, there will definitely be someone who will come and trample your entire wind cloud continent flat tomorrow. Right now, Qin Wushuang was just using the tiger's skin as a flag. There was no other choice. If he did not take down the Thunder Master God's spirit as such, it would be hard for him to escape this calamity today. The only way for him to have the Thunder Master God wary of him was to have him have some leeway. Otherwise, once the Thunder Master God struck out, there would be nothing left for him to do anymore. The only thing he could do was to use his consciousness to kill Lin Jingfeng the moment the Thunder Master God struck out. As for Qin Wushuang himself, that would not bring him any benefits at all. If Li Shenfeng had not died, those words of his would have been valid. A pinnacle holy emperor could cause an entire plane to collapse with just a raise of his hand. That was something that could not be doubted. However, right now, his master only had that title in name and no longer existed in this world. All that was left was a remnant consciousness in the Tianxian continent that was waiting for him, Qin Wushuang, to save it. Oh, master. Old man, please don't blame your disciple for being useless. It's just that this Thunder Master God is way too ferocious. Since your disciple has no other choice, I can only use the tiger's skin. The face of the Thunder Master God changed slightly. Lad, you sure talk a lot of big talk. Do you dare to tell me the name of your master? I'm afraid that if I do, your guts will scatter. You're not fit to hear the name of my master. At the end of the day, the Thunder Master God was not someone who could be scared. For someone as formidable as him to be able to listen to Qin Wushuang say so much, it was already because the shock of the heavenly venerate God weapon was way too great. If it were up to him, he would have just killed Lin Fan and snatched the treasure away. Lad, since you're not willing to tell me, I can only resort to violence. Accept your fate. Your master is strong and far beyond the horizon. I'll kill you first before asking an expert to wipe away your master's consciousness. This pair of swords is mine for sure. Ha ha ha. Uncle Thunder, hold on. Lin Jingfeng suddenly roared out with a long face, Uncle Thunder, I don't object to you wanting the heavenly venerate God weapon. However, if you were to resort to violence, he can kill me with a single thought. Are you trying to harm your nephew's life? The Thunder Master God was stunned for a moment. Harming Lin Jingfeng's life was something that he had never thought of. If the Wind Master God were to know that this was how Lin Jingfeng died, he would definitely not let the Thunder Master God off so easily. However, if he were to obtain the heavenly venerate weapon, so what if Lin Jingfeng died? He would just have to seal up everything here so that the Wind Master God would not know about it. Taking a step back, even if the Wind Master God were to find out about it, with the heavenly venerate God weapon in his possession, how could he be afraid of him? By then, not having him give up his position would already be the most benevolent thing he could do. Pursue responsibility. Whoever had the biggest fist would be the boss. So what if it was the Wind Master God? The thoughts in the mind of the Thunder Master God spun furiously as a series of evil thoughts surfaced in his mind. That sinister smirk on his lips was getting thicker by the moment. Uncle Thunder, if you were to cause my death, Master would definitely not let you off. Lin Jingfeng roared out. Shut up. This is all your fault, lad. If not for the fact that you're useless, How would you have been turned into a puppet by someone else? You're the one who isn't skilled enough, and yet you still have the cheek to spout nonsense here? The Thunder Master God roared out as he laughed out menacingly. Everyone here must die today. Qin Wushuang roared out in laughter. Good. You're the Thunder Master God indeed. What guts! How can a heavenly venerate God weapon be enough? I still have the Holy Emperor's legendary weapon. Do you want it? What? The Thunder Master God screamed out as he glared at Qin Wushuang with a sharp gaze. Thunder Master God, my master is a powerful being of the level of the Holy Emperor. I admit that you can definitely kill me today. However, I have already sent out 3 puppets into the heavenly stairway earlier on. If you were to kill all of us, one of those 3 puppets would definitely be able to escape. They would know that the one who was after my life was you, Thunder Master God. My master is extremely resourceful. The moment he finds out. Hew. Even if you, Thunder Master God, were to escape to the ends of the heavens, it would still be useless. If I'm not proud, how can I transcend reincarnation? If I'm not crazy, how can I dare to break through the void? The Great Mad Demon, book number 205, 2777. It's a hot-blooded fantasy. You have to read it. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 962. Those words of his had the Thunder Master God stumped for words. You have a heavenly venerate God weapon and can wipe out the consciousness within. That's right. But that puppet of yours has already entered the heavenly stairway. Even if you want to kill it, you might not be able to do so. However, this lad was best at bluffing. Who knew if there was any possibility of bluffing in those words of his? The moment that thought flashed through his mind, the evil thoughts of the Thunder Master God still gained the upper hand as he scoffed out coldly, 3 puppets. After I kill you guys, I'll go look for those 3 puppets. Don't worry, I won't let them turn into broken kites. I'll definitely have them leave with you. Haha. Uncle Thunder, have you gone mad? Lin Jingfeng yelled out in rage. Shut up. I've said it before. Today, everyone here must die. Including you. The Thunder Master God swept his gaze over at Lin Jingfeng. Since you're the one who caused all of this, you can just die with them. As for your revered master, I'll make things clear to him. Don't worry. On account of the fact that we're uncle and nephew, I'll make your death sound really heroic so that you'll have a good reputation. That way, you won't bring shame to your sect and your family. That's good enough, isn't it? Ha ha ha. TSK. So vicious. Little Thunder, you're so vicious. Right at this moment, a mocking laughter boomed out from the void. Yet another cloud descended from the sky. To think that Ding Yundu would have rushed over at this moment. You. Ding Yundu. You're really like a lingering soul that won't go away. Ding Yundu roared out in laughter. Little Thunder, how can I compare to you? You've been eyeing those few juniors like a lingering soul. I've merely chased after your bum, that's all. But, it's a pity that I've seen all of that ugly state of yours. Embarrassing, huh? Haha. Go on and kill them. Kill them all. I'll definitely go out and announce your glorious feats. Killing your own sect, killing juniors, and snatching their belongings. What an imposing manner. Ha ha ha. Ding Yundu's words were like a whip that lashed out at the Thunder Master God's face. However, at the end of the day, the Thunder Master God was not someone who cared so much about his face. He scoffed coldly. Ding Yundu, don't make yourself sound so dignified. If you were in my shoes, you would be even more despicable than me. Don't make yourself sound so dignified. What do you want? Tell me. Ding Yundu said leisurely. What? You want to negotiate with me? Cut the crap and state your conditions. I don't like listening to that mouth of yours that's full of crap. The Thunder Master God replied coldly. In his opinion, no one else had the rights to talk terms with him at all. Since Ding Yundu was here, they couldn't possibly take everything for themselves. They had to split it into 2. Although it was depressing, it was still acceptable. Unexpectedly, Ding Yundu's expression changed. Little Lei, who said I'm going to negotiate with you? Don't flatter yourself, okay? The Thunder Master God scoffed out coldly. Ding Yundu, I refuse to believe that you aren't interested in the heavenly venerate God weapon. Keep pretending, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Anyway, I'm very free, so I'll just waste my time with you here. Ding Yundu chuckled. This is Wu Xinghe, an adventurer entrusted by our celestial phenomenon temple. Speaking of which, he's one of us. You want to touch someone from our celestial phenomenon mainland, and you want me to wallow in the mire with you? With that said, he smiled and nodded his head at Qin Wushuang. Wu Xinghe, don't be afraid. With me around, even if this little Lei wants to play any tricks, he'll definitely not succeed. Qin Wushuang smiled calmly but did not reply. Gesturing with his hand, he had Tai Hong and the others move behind him. The Thunder Master God barked out, don't move. Ding Yundu asked coldly, Little Lei, do you want to fight? We have a lot of people here. Even if their strength is a little weaker, given that you and I are evenly matched, all of them can still beat you up if they gang up on you. Do you believe me? The Thunder Master God was stunned. Tai Hong and the others had already moved behind Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang asked, did he make a move on you guys or plot against you guys in any way? Tai Hong shook his head. He only arrived before you came out. Lin Jingfeng used words to trap him. He was in a hurry to find out about your whereabouts, so he did not make a move. Alright, that's good then. Don't worry, I'll let you guys leave safely. Even though there were two master gods present, the moment they heard Qin Wushuang say that, they could not help but feel a sense of trust in him. In their opinion, if their captain dared to say that, he must have some confidence in himself. Otherwise, their captain would definitely not have boasted as such. If it were just a single master god, Qin Wushuang would find it difficult to handle. But now that there were two master gods present, Qin Wushuang felt that this situation was easier to make use of. When the Thunder Master God saw how Ding Yundu was behaving, even though he was infuriated in his heart, it was not convenient for him to fall out with him right away. Instead, he scoffed coldly, don't be naive. Even though this Ding Yundu makes it sound nice, his intentions are pretty much the same as mine. It's just that I'm trying to take it by force while he's trying to take it by trickery. Ding Yundu, you've got your fox tail tucked in well. Don't let it show. Ding Yundu sniggered out, Little Lei, you have a glib tongue. But what's the use of sowing discord? Could it be that the master gods of our celestial phenomenon mainland would harm their own underlings? Ha ha ha. What a bunch of pompous nonsense. Let's not even talk about whether this Wu Xinghe is someone from your celestial phenomenon mainland. Even if he is, a mere itinerant cultivator like him is probably not worthy of being considered as one of your high and mighty main gods, right? The Thunder Master God did not stand on ceremony at all. Don't think that I can't guess your intentions. You're the same as me, both of you are coveting that heavenly venerate God weapon. A pair of heavenly venerate God weapons? Even if it's a brother of ours, I'll just kill him if I want to. For the sake of the heavenly venerate God weapon, I wouldn't even mind offending the Wind Master God. If you, Ding Yundu, were to get your hands on the heavenly venerate God weapon, you would most likely offend the #1 Master God of your main God Palace as well. And at this moment, you're saying that you're one of us? Can a wolf and a sheep be one of us? The Thunder Master God roared out in laughter before continuing, why don't you just be more straightforward and reveal your tale so that we can discuss how we should split it? Who are you trying to fool with all that nonsense? Ding Yundu's face was steely green right now. The reason why he had tried so hard to put on such an act was so that he could appear more genuine. Now that the Thunder Master God had exposed him right to his face, how could he not be enraged? Evidently, Qin Wushuang knew about this logic as well. It was just that he had not said it out loud. Since Ding Yundu liked to pretend to be one of them, he would let him do it then. It would be for the best if these two master gods got pissed off and got into a fight so that both sides would suffer. That would be the best. Looking at how this mask of kindness could no longer be worn anymore, Ding Yundu scolded out hatefully, Little Lei, can't you bloody shut up? Are you the only one in this world who understands? Haha. State your conditions then. You've spouted enough nonsense. Ding Yundu replied coldly, split it 50-50. What's the point of stating any conditions? His attitude changed faster than flipping through a book, changing completely in the blink of an eye. This sudden turn of events had all those fellas who were still harboring fantasies about Ding Yundu completely stumped. Qin Wushuang scoffed out coldly, the two of you here are really scheming, aren't you? I've already said that a heavenly venerate god weapon is nothing. I've still got a holy emperor god weapon with me. Why don't the two of you discuss how to split it? After saying that, his hands flashed out, and a god weapon that resembled a treasure sword appeared in his hands. This item had 9 sections of thorns, which formed an extremely sharp long sword. This item was called Dao Yi, the Dao Yi legendary sword. This was the pinnacle weapon of Li Shenfeng back then, a top-tier god weapon of the Holy Emperor level. Instantly, the eyes of the Thunder Master God and Ding Yundu shone with a strong desire to possess it. Their eyes were bloodshot as they shone with a fiery glow. It's a Holy Emperor God weapon, indeed. Ding Yundu murmured out. Haha. Great Master God Ding, you've got a good eye indeed. This Holy Emperor God weapon is condensed from the bloodline of my revered master, and is of the same lineage as my revered master. If I were to self-destruct my own soul and cast that godly soul blood curse on these 3 weapons, even if it were a powerful being like the Holy Emperor himself, he would not be able to dispel it. Even if the two of you were to get your hands on it, you'd be nothing but scrap metal and would have to wait for my revered master to hunt you down. Godly soul blood curse? Ding Yundu and the Thunder Master God exchanged glances. What's that? Haha. Naturally, it's a secret skill that is exclusive to my revered master. What do you frogs in a well know? At this moment, Qin Wushuang could not be bothered anymore as he spouted nonsense all over. No matter what, as long as he could escape for a moment, that would count. Lad, I was told that you love to brag. Not bad indeed. The Thunder Master God scoffed out coldly. Continue bragging. I'll see how far you can go. If your revered master is a powerful being like the Holy Emperor, my revered master is even a great Luo Supreme. Haha. Qin Wushuang chuckled out leisurely. Thunder Master God, I'm really curious. You're a mighty Master God. Why are you behaving like a scoundrel? I've got a suggestion. Are the two of you interested in hearing it out? Speak. I've got 2 options for you guys. The first option is for you guys to take action and kill all of our companions. I'll use a blood curse to seal the legendary weapon. Once my revered master senses that my aura has disappeared, he'll naturally find you guys. The second option is for us to take a risk. Do you see that rainbow bridge? There are 3 heavenly ladders at the end of the rainbow bridge. My companions can choose one of them to enter. Life and death will be up to fate. I'll follow you guys. Whichever heavenly stairway you guys want to enter, that'll be the heavenly stairway. How about that? This was a suggestion that was not too overboard. After all, there were 3 heavenly stairways. No one could guarantee that they would definitely be able to reach a safe place. Lad, do you really think that we have to accept your suggestion? The Thunder Master God scoffed out coldly. I didn't say that you guys have to accept it. You can take the risk. At most, we'll just break up. Not only will you guys not be able to get your hands on the legendary weapon, you'll even offend my revered master. I'm not boasting. If anything were to happen to me, you guys would definitely have to die. The planes behind you guys would definitely be destroyed as well, and the living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. Qin Wushuang scoffed out coldly. Even though he felt that this was a little too much of a boast, when he considered that if his revered master were truly still alive, it would be extremely easy for him to do all of this. As such, he could not really be considered as boasting entirely. Ding Yundu and the Thunder Master God exchanged glances before casting their gazes at the rainbow bridge at the same time. Evidently, they were both plotting something in their hearts. According to Qin Wushuang's suggestion, if this bunch of trash were to choose any of the 3 heavenly stairways, there would be a 2/3 chance that they would end up dead. That was a probability that they could take a gamble on. At least, it was better than all of them going their separate ways. It's really not easy to write a book. The broadband is messing with me again. I waited for half an hour before the signal was restored. There's still one more update. I've already written a little. I'll be done in another 40 minutes. To be continued. If you want to know what's to come, please log on to www.chidyen.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 963. Qin Wushuang was nonchalant, as though he did not want to influence their decisions at all. Tai Hong and the others, on the other hand, had their eyes reddened. This was the first time they had witnessed such a benevolent and righteous party leader. How could they not serve such a party leader with their lives? Party leader, go and escape. Don't bother about us. Tai Hong called out. That's right, party leader, go and escape. It doesn't matter if we die. As long as you escape, party leader, you'll definitely be able to avenge us in the future. Qin Wushuang replied indifferently, I'm the party leader. I make the decisions. You guys don't have to say any more. The eyes of all the men were red as they gripped their fists tightly, feeling extremely aggrieved in their hearts. The two of you are Master God powerful beings. Be more straightforward and don't be so wishy-washy. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang urged impatiently. The Thunder Master God and Ding Yundu exchanged glances. In the end, it was still the Thunder Master God who scoffed coldly, let's check out the end of the Rainbow Bridge first. Cloud Crossing Master God, I'll lead the way while you bring up the rear. How about that? Haha. Sure. Thunder Master God, please. These two shameless beings were still arguing earlier on, calling each other by their names. But now, they were all smiles and addressing each other as Master Gods shamelessly. Qin Wushuang sniggered in his heart. The end of the Rainbow Bridge? That was exactly what he wanted. The closer he was to the heavenly stairway, the more profitable it would be. That little rat said exasperatedly, you're really a jinx, aren't you? To think that you would bump into such a troublesome matter right after coming out. Forget it, I have no other choice now. Even though I know that it's a living hell, I'll just have to jump in with you. Arriving at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the three heavenly stairways were majestic and gave off a fleeting feeling. As long as anyone approached, that voice would ring out. That voice rang out once more, introducing the situation of the heavenly stairway. The three heavenly stairways led to three different regions. The treasure vault, the fiend prison, and the unknown destination. The Thunder Master God and Ding Yundu exchanged glances once more, communicating with one another through their consciousness. Cloud Crossing Master God, do you think that lad is trying to bluff us? Ding Yundu smiled bitterly. Are you sure that his blood curse is fake? I'm not sure. Since this kid has the Holy Emperor's divine weapon, he might have some trump cards. So, you want to agree to his proposal? Or did they get wiped out by Swift Blade Mahjong? Chemph. Let's see which stairway they choose first. If they want to walk down the path of death, why should we stop them? We can just let them do it. The problem is, can you tell which path is the path to survival? Which one is the dead end? Chemph. Let's see what they choose first. The gazes of the two Master Gods were locked onto Qin Wushuang. That Thunder Master God gave a fake smile. Wu Xinghe, if we were to agree to your suggestion, which sky stairway do you intend to choose? Qin Wushuang sneered, don't say that I'm taking advantage of you. I'll let you choose first. Qin Wushuang appeared to be very magnanimous and spoke in a casual tone. This was something that the Thunder Master God and Ding Yundu had not expected. The two of them exchanged glances and sniggered, we're not going to bully the juniors. We'll let you choose first. Qin Wushuang asked coldly, so, you guys agree to it? You tell us which one you'll choose first. Since you guys haven't agreed to it, what should I choose? I don't have the time to chit-chat with you guys. Qin Wushuang did not back down in the slightest bit as his tone was resolute. Looking at how Qin Wushuang was so stubborn, they felt that Qin Wushuang had something to rely on. Eventually, they decided that it was worth it to take a step back. All right, we'll agree to it for now. You choose first. Qin Wushuang's heart skipped a beat as he pretended to be deep in thought while staring at the 3 sky stairways. In truth, out of the 3 puppets that he had sent out, 2 of them had already been destroyed. That was something that his consciousness had sensed long ago. If that was the case, the remaining path was naturally safe. Right now, those 2 fellas were clearly trying to scare him by letting him choose first. If he were to choose that path of life right from the start, those 2 fellas would definitely regret it. Given their characters, regret was something that was bound to happen. Therefore, Qin Wushuang decided to play a little roundabout strategy with them. Vice Captain Tai, you guys choose one. There's a 1 in 3 chance of survival. You've got to take it easy. When he said that, Qin Wushuang sent a voice transmission to Tai Hong in secret, telling him which path of life was. At the same time, he had him choose the path of death and had the others follow suit. Tai Hong knew that his party leader was going to play a game of strategy with those 2 master gods. Therefore, he naturally cooperated and pointed at one of the paths of death before calling out, "I'll choose this then. Brothers, what do you guys think? We'll follow our party leader." Preposterous. Qin Wushuang shook his head. All of you, listen to Vice Captain Tai. Have you made your choice? The Thunder Master God sniggered out. Once a choice was made, there was no changing it. What do you think, party leader? Tai Hong asked for Qin Wushuang's opinion instead. Qin Wushuang's gaze, however, was fixed on the other path of death. Vice Captain Tai, why don't you guys choose that one? Qin Wushuang's gaze was fixed on that path of death. However, what he was pointing at was the only path of life, which was the heavenly stairway that led to the treasure trove. It's that one then. If the 2 of you have any opinions, feel free to raise them. Qin Wushuang smiled out. However, there was a look of worry that flashed across his face as he snuck a glance at the other path of death from the corner of his eyes. This detail landed in the eyes of the Thunder Master God, who roared out in laughter. All right, we'll take that one then. Qin Wushuang's face changed slightly before returning to normal. Vice Captain Tai, you guys make your own choice. I'm not going to give any suggestions. The Thunder Master God barked out, since we've made our choice, we can't change it. We'll take the path that you've mentioned. Ding Yundu had also noticed those details of Qin Wushuang's earlier on. He chuckled out as well. That's right. Since we've already made our choice, what's there to change? We'll take the path that you've mentioned then. Qin Wushuang yelled out, the 2 of you, they're the ones who are leaving. By right, they should be the ones to choose. For me. Wu Xinghe, you're the party leader. They said that they would follow the party leader and listen to you. Are you trying to go back on your word? Aren't you afraid that we'll just give up on the legendary weapon and kill you guys on the spot? Everyone's faces changed. Qin Wushuang harumphed out indignantly. However, his heart was bursting with joy. These 2 fellas were really not easy to deal with. Thankfully, his acting skills were pretty good. He had intentionally created a diversion to confuse them. The first one to choose and the third one to peek at from the corner of his eyes were all dead ends. As for the path that he had casually pointed out, it was actually the path of life. After his act, the 2 sovereigns thought that Qin Wushuang was bluffing and deliberately choosing the path of death so that they would object and have a chance to choose the path of life. This was because they were determined not to give in. Who would have thought that their stubbornness would actually help Qin Wushuang's plan? Leader, there's no need to argue. Let's just go. After all 3 paths have a 1/3 chance of survival. If even the sovereigns can't predict it, then there's no need for us to waste our efforts. Brothers, if it's the path of death, do you dare to take it? We do. Vice leader, but the leader, Tai Hong shouted, the leader is willing to sacrifice himself for justice. No matter what the outcome is, we owe him this favor. Remember, we may never meet such a leader in our lives. Therefore, when we part, please accept our respect. These hot-blooded men all lowered their heads and bowed. Qin Wushuang shook his head repeatedly. His expression was gloomy. This was not an act. He had given the path of life to these people. As for where he would go from here, it was really hard to say. They could only hope that they would be lucky enough to enter that unknown place. If that was the case, they might have a slight chance of survival. Otherwise, waving his hand, Qin Wushuang said indifferently, "All of you, go. If you are lucky enough to survive, just remember that I, Wu Xinghe, am a person." Although he had said it this way, in fact, Qin Wushuang had already made a promise. If everyone managed to escape, he would tell them where to meet up. "Brothers, let's go." Tai Hong's tiger-like eyes were filled with tears as he shouted, "Leader, if we are lucky enough to make it to the treasure vault, I guarantee that all the treasures will be distributed after you return alive. No one will be able to take a single item first. I will kill whoever takes it." These words sounded like a promise, but they were actually swearing loyalty to Qin Wushuang. The Thunder Master God laughed sinisterly. "Wait till you have the chance to live before saying these words. I wish you guys the best of luck in entering the fiend prison, haha." Lin Jingfeng glared at the Thunder Master God. "Uncle Thunder, even if I die and turn into a malicious spirit, I will remember you." The Thunder Master God shrugged his shoulders. "Then, you can turn into a malicious spirit as soon as possible. I'm not afraid of you remembering me." Ding Yundu did not miss the opportunity to make a dig at him. "I say, Thunder Master God, back then, you fell out with me because of this Lin Jingfeng. But now that things have come to this, why do you have to go through all this trouble?" The Thunder Master God replied coldly, "Ding Yundu, I've given you some face and you're going to start a dye mill? Cut the bloody crap. For the sake of the heavenly venerate God weapon, the holy emperor God weapon, even if it were my own father, I would sell him off, let alone Lin Jingfeng. The path of a cultivator is to destroy humanity and cut off all relationships. Don't tell me how great you are. I don't like to hear that nonsense." Ding Yundu chuckled out and gave him a thumbs up. "Great. I've realized that you're quite an interesting fella, aren't you?" Watching as Tai Hong and the others left and disappeared completely, Qin Wushuang then turned around and looked at the two of them coldly. "The two of you, choose one of these two sky ladders." "Lad, must you choose?" The Thunder Master God sniggered. "Don't tell me you're regretting it now." Qin Wushuang replied coldly. "Haha, we'll wait and wait. In any case, we're in no hurry. My underlings have already sent over some spirit beasts of the beast race. I'll send a few of them in to scout the path and see which one leads to the treasure vault." The Thunder Master God replied casually. "Brilliant. You're the one who has thought things through." However, Qin Wushuang barked out fiercely, "Wait? Who told you that I'm going to wait? The two of you, if you're afraid of death, then don't covet my god weapon. I'll make a move first. It's up to you whether or not you want to come." With that said, Qin Wushuang bolted up into the sky with a purple light and flew up toward one of the remaining two sky ladders. "Lad, hold it right there. Do you really think that we wouldn't dare to kill you?" The two of them were truly shameless to think that they would chase after him right away. Boom. At the end of the sky ladders, it was as though a huge door had been slammed shut. Haha. Welcome to the Sky Ladders world. Once you enter this Sky Ladders world, there's no turning back. Your only option is to charge through to the end. That voice spoke out leisurely as the door of the Sky Ladders slammed shut. Both the Thunder Master God and Ding Yundu were stunned as they mumbled, could they have gotten lucky and entered the treasure vault? Dream on. The place that they're heading to is the treasure vault. The place that we're going to choose is either the demon's prison or some unknown place. Welcome to the journey of death, both of you. Haha. Qin Wushuang sniggered out as he pushed the purple cloud yin-yang wings to their limits and dove into the void. Chase. The Thunder Master God and Ding Yundu were enraged as they chased after him hurriedly. If you want to know what happened next, please visit www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 964. Welcome to the Demon World. A rather mocking laugh was heard. This immediately caused the hearts of the three people who had entered to tremble. Enter the Demon World? Could it be that he was so unlucky that he ended up in the devil's hell? A trace of bitterness flashed through Qin Wushuang's heart, But at this time, he couldn't care so much. No matter where he went, even if it was the fiend's prison, Ding Yundu and the Thunder Master God would definitely not let him off. Now, he could only brace himself and hold on. Even if they were in the fiend prison, they still had to waste time. Even if he was devoured by 10,000 demons, it was still better than being captured by those two bastards. The treasure bestowed by his master must not be lost, and it must not fall into the hands of those two bastards. Although this was the fiend prison, if those two fellows obtained the heavenly venerable artifact and the holy emperor divine artifact, they might be able to escape. Hold on, brother Cloud Crossing, the Thunder Master God called out. Ding Yundu stopped in his tracks. Brother Lei, what's wrong? The Thunder Master God surveyed his surroundings warily as he spoke with a stern tone. Evil fiend prison. To think that we would have entered the evil fiend prison. We've been ked over by that lad. Brother Cloud Crossing, that kid has nowhere to go now. Once we entered the demon prison, I took a look and saw that the seal on the heaven stairway had been closed. It was easy to enter from the outside, but difficult to leave from the inside. That brat is in a hurry to escape. If he rushes in like this, he will definitely die. What does Brother Lei have in mind? A hint of wariness flashed across Ding Yundu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. In this fiend prison, we must sincerely cooperate. Otherwise, once those tens of thousands of fiends start wreaking havoc, we will be in great trouble. That's right. Why don't we make a vow? In this fiend prison, we must cooperate with all our strength and not have any disloyalty. What do you think? Good, that would be for the best. The two of them actually swore a poison oath. Qin Wushuang didn't stop. He discovered that this fiend prison wasn't any different from the outside world. Ancient roads, vigorous trees, and gurgling streams. There was no trace of the demon prison at all. How could this be? Could it be that the hint from that voice was a lie? Qin Wushuang thought about it in his head. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to float, and everything before his eyes began to float. That's right, it was floating. When had Qin Wushuang ever seen such a strange situation? The surrounding environment was like a landscape painting. It floated flatly, like a huge picture scroll that was slowly closing. Haha, welcome to the Pantheon Maze Palace. This is the real Pantheon Maze Palace. That familiar voice sounded. Qin Wushuang was already wrapped in a green light. The light was so intense that he couldn't even open his eyes. Qin Wushuang only felt that this scroll had caught him, and like a heavenly book, it flew forward and suddenly flew into a huge golden pagoda. Initially, Qin Wushuang had also seen the scene of this tower from the illusion. Thus, he immediately recognized it. The size of this golden pagoda was simply indescribable. When Qin Wushuang regained his vision, he found himself inside the golden pagoda. This golden pagoda was spacious. Even within this pagoda, there seemed to be an endless universe. There were carved beams and painted rafters everywhere. On the pillars and stone walls, there were all kinds of images. These carvings were obviously very exaggerated. Every image was very strange and ferocious, as if they were deliberately ugly. Could this be the image of a demon? Qin Wushuang was at a loss as he walked around. Fortunately, the interior of this golden pagoda was also like a maze. No matter where Qin Wushuang walked, all he saw were huge pillars. It was like a vast and boundless forest. Countless pillars formed a mysterious world. How could this be? Qin Wushuang had countless thoughts in his mind. He was very curious as he wandered around. This is strange. The image of these demons, what exactly is? Boom. Before he could finish speaking, the carvings on the pillar beside him had already flown out of the pillar. The originally unclear image of the demon suddenly became vivid. It actually came to life on the spot. The carvings directly turned into real demons. The three demons on the pillar pounced down together. Qin Wushuang did not have time to think carefully. He raised his hand and blasted the Great Five Elements Reincarnation Seal. The three fiends wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves, then turned into streams of light and disappeared. What the hell, this place is too strange. Just as Qin Wushuang was mumbling to himself, lights kept flashing from the surrounding pillars. Like arrows leaving the bow, waves of evil demons kept charging over to kill. Damn, did I poke a hornet's nest? Qin Wushuang knew that a strong dragon could not defeat a local snake. Even if this demon was not a local snake, it was at least more familiar with this place than him, Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang was a very smart person. He realized that he had activated these demon carvings twice when he spoke twice. Could this be a magical seal? Qin Wushuang was very quick-witted. After figuring this out, he immediately shut up and avoided these demons at lightning speed. Kill, kill, kill. Qin Wushuang's ears were filled with this kind of demon's low roars. The entire myriad god disorienting palace was like a pot of boiling soup, constantly boiling. And the surrounding airflow undulations were also constantly intensifying. Qin Wushuang had a premonition that these demons seemed to be like ferocious beasts that were about to break out of their cages at any time. Wild, unrestrained, like a torrent that was blocked by a dam, ready to break through the great dam at any time and destroy everything. Qin Wushuang was deep inside, as if he was in a vast sea. If not for the heavenly branch Kuei Wolf two swords protecting tightly, just these airflow would also be able to crush Qin Wushuang's muscles and bones. But even so, it was also enough for Qin Wushuang to drink a pot of water. Qin Wushuang felt that he was constantly moving. But once he entered deep into this myriad god disorienting palace, it was as if he was in a vast sea, with no end at all. In a dark corner, there were 9 huge pillars standing tall. Full of might, filled with a monstrous devil flame ominous light, emitting all kinds of colored aura flames in the surroundings. Amidst the splendor revealed an ominous light that made people suck in a breath of cold air. Great demon venerable, seems like someone has barged in. Haha. This is an opportunity. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since we smelled the scent of a living person? Ha ha ha. Great demon venerable, it seems like more than one person has entered. Waha. Could it be that the heavens have sent us a delicious meal? Don't be anxious. A voice full of might shouted coldly, let's see what the situation is first. Right now, the seal is already at its weakest. I only need a strand of yang qi from a living person, and I can break free. At that time, I'll definitely refine this myriad god disorienting palace and bestow upon all of you a supreme true body, all of you obtaining freedom. Great demon venerable is mighty. Great demon venerable is mighty. The demonic gods prostrated themselves in worship, tears flowing down their faces, extremely excited. With this promise from the great demon venerable, things would be much easier. After suppressing his anger for hundreds of thousands of years and losing his freedom for decades, was there finally a light at the end of the tunnel? Great demon venerable, look, they're here, they're here. There are 3 fellows. Those 2 fellows, master gods, haha, great demon venerable, do you see them? They're actually master gods. Haha, master god level powerhouses, great demon venerable, we're rich. This is really a rare big mouse. Sealed within these 9 pillars were the 9 great demonic gods. They were all master god-level existences. As for the great demon venerable, he was a heavenly venerable level powerhouse. He was the core of this myriad god disorienting palace. Even if they were sealed, with their cat god's aura and divine power, they could still control the myriad of demonic gods with their minds. They were extremely powerful. Great demon venerable, what should we do? That little rabbit seems to have barged in. Ha. Great demon venerable, why don't you let this little brother have a taste first? Old 5, you want to eat alone? Seniors are respected. The great demon venerable and second demon venerable will share the 2 master gods. I'm old 3, so this little rabbit is naturally mine. All of you, shut up. The great demon venerable shouted coldly. Everyone, listen to my orders. I'll take action. You're not to be presumptuous, especially not to clash with master god-level powerhouses. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand a single sun god attack. He wasn't trying to intimidate them. After all, they were master gods with physical bodies. How could a single master god without a physical body be a match for 2 master gods? Great demon venerable, I think we should still use the human wave tactic. Otherwise, if those two master gods get angry, it won't be easy. The great demon Venerable sneered. I have an idea. Don't forget my nickname, the great demon Venerable. Haha, that's right. Boss, you're the sound demon. Once you use your illusory sound technique, it'll be strange if they don't fall head over heels for you. Haha. This kid is a little strange. The great demon Venerable stared in Qin Wushuang's direction, his fierce eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. I can sense a terrifying aura from him. The great demon Venerable said coldly, but his cultivation is clearly only that of an ordinary heavenly supreme Tao powerhouse. What's going on? Terrifying aura? What was that? The demon god sensed it and said, that divine weapon of his is more powerful, right? What else is there? No, I feel as if there's a terrifying demon hidden in his body. This terrifying aura, I feel a little familiar. What's going on? What's going on? The great demon Venerable's tone became more perplexed. Great demon Venerable, could it be an illusion? It can't be. The great demon Venerable denied flatly. It can't be an illusion. In this Pantheon maze palace, only I can create illusions. I have to investigate it. I have to investigate it thoroughly. After the great demon Venerable finished speaking, the flames on the huge pillar leaped. Like a phoenix born from fire, it flew away from the pillar and floated towards Qin Wushuang. Its speed was so fast that it was simply dazzling. At the same time, they muttered in their hearts, what's so strange about this young man? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 965. Even with the strength of Qin Wushuang's consciousness, he felt as though he could get lost at any moment in this Pantheon disorienting palace. All of a sudden, an extremely bad premonition surged into his mind. Little did he know that the great demonic god was already closing in on him. The strength of this power of the spirit was something that Qin Wushuang had not even encountered from Ding Yundu or the Thunder Master God before. He could not help but be startled. The Heaven Branch Kuei wolf blocked in front of him and slashed out with two swords. A heavenly venerate god weapon? When the great demonic lord caught sight of these two swords, his eyes lit up. However, he still closed in without retreating or blocking. The flames formed into the shape of a pair of gigantic palms that grabbed out. This was truly the first time Qin Wushuang had come across such a way of fighting. In the face of a heavenly venerate god weapon, even Lin Jingfeng, who possessed a master god weapon, could only avoid it. But, to think that this flame that was formed from a spirit would use its spirit to clash against his heavenly venerate god weapon, this boldness had Qin Wushuang astounded in his heart. He knew that this was strong. Drawing out his sword skill, he was about to launch a second attack. Right at this moment, the two swords of the Heaven Branch Kuei wolf were sucked in by the flame and swept over. This turn of events had Qin Wushuang dumbfounded. That flame that had swept away the Heaven Branch Kuei wolf was as good as facing Qin Wushuang directly. The red light that covered the entire sky slammed down like a gigantic flying carpet. It was as though there was a gigantic bloody mouth that was trying to devour everything. Right at this moment, a powerful golden light burst forth from Qin Wushuang's body as a mighty aura seemed to have been awakened. He hollered out, "Sound demon, what are you trying to do?" The great demonic lord's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but be stunned as he looked at Qin Wushuang in disbelief. "Sound demon, you've got some guts, eh? To think that you would dare to strike out at me. Why you're the Shura of Gojosian? Me. Sound demon, at least you have some memory, eh? Why? Do you think that just because your majesty is dead, you can look down on your majesty? Your majesty, the sound demon wouldn't dare. 600,000 years ago, I heard that you went into seclusion, but I never thought that you... Don't talk nonsense, don't say these empty words. At that time, many people knew that I had been dealt with. You sealed me in this damn bow. If I didn't meet the fated one, How could I be woken up from my slumber? Ha ha, sound demon, what's going on with you? Bird bow. Qin Wushuang was startled. He could not help but look at the graceful spiritual bow on his shoulder. Could it be that there was actually a peerless expert sealed within the graceful spiritual bow? This was completely unexpected. For a time, Qin Wushuang was stunned. No wonder he had always felt that this graceful spiritual bow had a powerful demonic power. Could it be that this was the source? Qin Wushuang had always felt that this graceful spiritual bow was like a deep ocean with no end. No matter how he fused it, it seemed that there was always endless potential. It turned out that there was actually a powerful expert sleeping within the graceful spiritual bow. Listening to his tone, he was much more powerful than the fierce sound demon in front of him. Shura of Gojosian, this name made people shudder with fear. The secret of the graceful spiritual bow that had been lingering in Qin Wushuang's mind was finally solved. Your Majesty, please don't laugh at us. We were all captured by a powerful expert and sealed in this 10,000 gods maze palace. Who is that powerful expert? This palace, what a great style, what a great method. Why do I feel that this style is a little familiar? Could it be that old bastard Kai Yang? Your Majesty. How did you know? The sound demon was shocked. That old bastard always considered himself to be on the righteous path. Back then, didn't I also fall into his hands? That old bastard, fishing for fame, he really deserves to die. However, although the Shura of Gojosian's tone was vicious, there was not much hatred. After hundreds of thousands of years, this hatred had already been diluted. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. After sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years, I'm afraid I can't beat that old guy. Shura of Gojosian cursed, sound demon, you bastard, listen carefully. From now on, this guy represents me. All of you must listen to him. Do you understand? The sound demon was overjoyed and said in a trembling voice, "It's our honor to be able to follow you, Your Majesty." Cut the crap. I just woke up and don't know much about the situation. You decide. Shura of Gojosian trusted the sound demon very much. It was no wonder. The sound demon was originally just a small leader under his rule. To be able to serve the great Shura of Gojosian was the sound demon's good fortune over hundreds of lifetimes. The sound demon's fierce eyes suddenly revealed an extremely pleased expression. Lord Shura of Gojosian's words meant that he trusted him. All right, Your Majesty, watch me. Those two bastards are going against the little master, aren't they? I'll let my children annihilate them with the infinite demon sea. Ch, the body of a king god. Don't waste it. Shura of Gojosian laughed sinisterly. Hehe, Your Majesty, do you want me to save one for you? The sound demon asked ingratiatingly. No need. I can't get out now. Besides, the body of a king god is too weak. Shura of Gojosian said lightly. For a powerhouse like Shura of Gojosian, who was at the level of the Holy Emperor, the body of a king god was indeed a little weak. The sound demon laughed and said, Your Majesty's remarkable ability is unparalleled. The body of a king god is indeed not worthy of your strength. Stop flattering me. Don't just talk without action. Get serious. Qin Wushuang saw them talking like he was in a dream. He, kid, I, Shura of Gojosian, repay kindness. Kid, you constantly used your divine sense to stimulate me and fuse with me. He, although you didn't wake me up immediately, you gave me a lot of stimulation. This time, when I wandered into a place with such dense devil chi, I woke up immediately. You've done a lot. Shura of Gojosian said with a smile. He was obviously in a good mood. Senior, you've been in this graceful spiritual bow the entire time? Qin Wushuang asked in disbelief. What do you think? Without my god power, do you think that the graceful spiritual bow would have such power? Haha, but now that I've woken up, the power of the graceful spiritual bow has increased. The power of the graceful spiritual bow has increased greatly. Now that you can kill someone 2 levels higher, it's definitely not an issue for you. As long as you cultivate to the sixth tribulation of the heavenly supreme Tao, even dealing with king gods would be no issue. Ha, with your majesty's protection, how can that king god withstand a pinch of yours? The sound demon found an opportunity to flatter. Cut the crap. I'll leave those two fools to you guys. Understood. Ding Yundu and the Thunder Master God carefully traversed through the endless forest of stone pillars in the Pantheon Mystic Palace as though they were lost. Brother Yundu, this is a little strange. That's right. You think so too? This place is eerie. It feels as though these sculptures are inanimate objects, yet they seem to have a life of their own. Could this be a strong seal? Don't bother about them. Seals are good anyway. As long as they don't attack, there's nothing to be afraid of. The moment he said that they did not attack, the sculptures on the surrounding pillars floated up and rushed over, grabbing at them like octopuses. Damned beast, you're courting death. Ding Yundu waved his hand and swept that demonic god away. His godly spirit dissipated and disappeared immediately. The face of the Thunder Master God suddenly changed. Brother Yundu, you seem to have gotten yourself into trouble. All of a sudden, the sculptures on the surrounding pillars seemed to have floated up. All of them were getting restless on the surface. Roar. It was as though a mountain torrent had erupted. All of a sudden, shrill cries rang out from all directions as demonic gods flew out from the pillars and pressed over like a swarm of locusts. Not good. Brother Yundu, let's join forces and break out. The Thunder Master God realized that something was amiss right away. Ding Yundu was a smart man as well. Once he realized that the situation was bad, he stood side by side with the Thunder Master God and rushed out to kill their way out. Kill. But, who would have thought that the louder they yelled, the more they suffered? The louder their voices were, the more demons woke up. The entire place was filled with the howls of demons as rows of malevolent faces and pairs of demonic hands seemed as though they were about to rip the two of them into shreds at any moment. Brother Thunder, if we rush out, we'll be in big trouble. Ding Yundu was a little flustered. Hihi, can you rush out? Ha. Stay behind then. My boss wants your physical bodies. Ha. From all directions, the voices of the 9 demonic gods boomed out like ghosts, sending shivers down one's spine. Even though both of them were Master God-level powerful beings, they were still stunned by the undulating laughter. 1 Master God, 2 Master Gods. There were so many Master Gods. All of a sudden, 7 to 8 Master God spirits appeared. Even though those Master God spirits did not seem too stable, in this place that was filled with demonic flames, even if they were unstable Master God spirits, they were still able to make use of the geographical advantage to give off an unusually strong aura. Children, let's rush over and surround them. A stream of flames struck out from above like a gigantic bat dancing in the air, covering the entire void. The demonic flames grabbed out, and immediately, 2 long streams of flames the size of arms grabbed out at the 2 Master Gods. Scram! Ding Yundu was enraged as he threw out a punch. Like a breeze that could turn, the demonic flames evaded Ding Yundu's astral wind and circled around like water ripples. To think that they would grab onto Ding Yundu's neck. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. To think that they would be circling around endlessly. This horrifying scene had the Thunder Master God so scared that his soul was about to leave his body. He could not be bothered about Ding Yundu's life and death as he bolted out. Ha. What's the hurry? Are you going to leave him to die? The sound demon suddenly gave him a sinister look. That voice was really weird, and sounded as though it was coming from the Thunder Master God's beloved mother. The Thunder Master God's heart froze up as everything before him turned blurry and chaotic. In a daze, it was as though a voice had walked out as the Thunder Master God exclaimed, Mother? Chimph? The Thunder Master God was stunned as a thought of despair flashed through his mind. Ha. 2 of you. Make a pair. The 2 long arms of flames wrapped around the 2 Master Gods, and it didn't take long for the 2 of them to be completely enveloped within. The power of flames continued to churn as though they were being refined into pills, causing the 2 of them to howl in pain. The binding power of the flames was extremely strong, locking down their Niwan palaces so tightly that even their souls could not escape. I've met with a small bottleneck for the past 2 days, so I've been reading books madly to replenish my blood. Hence, I've been neglecting my work. However, the ideas for my new book are gushing out like a fountain, and my Milky Way inspiration is constipated. But, everyone, don't worry. Old Bull will definitely have 6,000 words a day. Occasionally, there will be 3 chapters or even more that will explode out. It's extremely difficult to wrap things up. Please understand, everyone. There are too many clues, and it's not easy to tie them all together. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please visit www.chidian.com. There are even more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 966. This flame of the sound demon was the Guanghan Yin spirit fire. Once it was refined, it was doubly venomous. Even with the mystic skills of the 2 master gods, their spirits were being refined and dissipated bit by bit under such a formidable attack. After a long time, the sound demon's spirit dashed out and delved into the physical body of the Thunder Master God. Possession. In terms of physical body, the Thunder Master God's physical body was even more ideal than Ding Yundu's. As for Ding Yundu's physical body, it was naturally given to the second demon lord. The second demon lord was a powerful being of the Master God level as well. It wasn't too much for him to take over Ding Yundu's physical body. When Qin Wushuang caught sight of this, his eyes were filled with disbelief. On the other hand, the Shura of Gojosian was extremely calm as he beamed. Lad, are you feeling too surprised? Indeed, it was quite surprising. Qin Wushuang was being hunted down by these 2 master gods. He had thought that he would be in big trouble today with a slim chance of survival. To think that things would take such a dramatic turn. Great King. The sound demon walked over gleefully and paid his respects. Yes, not bad. Congratulations on breaking out of your cage. The Shura of Gojosian said indifferently. Hehe, it's all thanks to you, Great King. If you hadn't lured those 2 here, how could we have seen the light of day once more? All right. I'll give you 7 days. Is that enough? To fuse with this physical body and reach its peak state, I'll need at least 100 years. However, there shouldn't be any issues with the initial fusing. Within 7 days, the sound demon will escort the little master out. Yes, 7 days it is then. Sound demon, I'm going to recuperate now. You'll listen to the commands of the little master, got it? If you disobey, you should know the consequences. Don't worry, Great King. We'll definitely assist the little master with peace of mind. The sound demon swore with sincerity. If I were to go against it, I, the sound demon, am willing to die 100 times over. All right. The divine power in the Pantheon Mystic Palace could be said to be extremely dense. Qin Wushuang cultivated here and felt that the mysteries of the heavens were unfathomable. He could vaguely sense a trace of the mysteries of the heavens, and actually attracted the second calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage in one go. In these 7 days, Qin Wushuang's harvest was also quite rich. This time, he was able to summon a 4th tribulation heavenly god. Of the 12 Empyrean god puppets, 3 were at the 4th tribulation Empyrean god Tao stage. Qin Wushuang executed a move to summon the 3 heaven supreme Tao puppets. The 2 second tribulation heavenly supreme Tao stage experts and 2 third tribulation heavenly supreme Tao stage experts he had summoned earlier had gone with Tai Hong and his group. With those few celestial god puppets, Qin Wushuang didn't have to worry about anything happening in that group of people. Whether it was the sky god puppet, Lin Jingfeng, or Black Wing, these 2 divine venomous puppets, they were all able to suppress the situation. 7 days passed quickly. The sound demon and second demon Venerable Tu Wang had already completed the initial integration. Young master, the sound demon pays his respects. May I ask if we should leave this place first, or continue to cultivate here? Qin Wushuang pondered for a moment and said, this place is very rich in divine power and is a good place to cultivate. However, the situation outside is complicated and there are many crystals in the area of the Grand Canyon. We can't let those guys from the Fengyun continent and Tianxiang continent take advantage of them. The two of you, take my 3 subordinates and confiscate all the crystals. The crystals Qin Wushuang was referring to were the crystals mines along the road in the periphery of the Grand Canyon. Now that various forces had rushed in together, the crystals mined would definitely be astonishing. Although the best crystals had already been obtained by them, in consideration of their future development, a large number of crystals was very necessary. Therefore, Qin Wushuang decided to take all the crystals for himself. A pleasant smile appeared on the Sound Demon's face as he asked, "Young master, do you mean that there are many people mining crystal ores outside?" "That's right." The Sound Demon's smile turned even more sinister as he sniggered. Exchanging glances with the second demon Venerable, their eyes were filled with joy. "That's great. What do you mean?" The Sound Demon grinned. "Young master, take a look at this Pantheon mystic palace. There are hundreds of thousands of brothers locked up here. Since there are so many people outside, we can lure all of them over and use them as mediums for our brothers to rest in. Haha. With that, there will be many more brothers who can regain their freedom. Without a physical body, there was no way one's soul could fly out of this Pantheon mystic palace. Along the way in the Grand Canyon, be it the forces of the Fengyun continent or Tianxiang continent, they could no longer be bothered to fight one another. The crystal mines all over the ground had them in a frenzy as though they were possessed. Right at this moment, 2 streaks of light descended from the skies. The figures of Ding Yundu and the Thunder Master God landed in front of their respective camps. Lord Thunder. Upon seeing the Thunder Master God, Naboxen went up to him immediately. "Naboxen, stop everyone and gather everyone. I'll give you 15 minutes to complete the gathering." "Understood. Sir, gather?" "Yes, gather. Hurry up and do it." "Sir, are we leaving after gathering?" Naboxen could not help but ask. With so many crystal stones, it would be too much of a pity to leave now. Naboxen was absolutely unwilling to do so. The crystal stones in this Grand Canyon were no different from mountains of gold and silver. This was way beyond their imaginations. If they were to transport this wealth back, it would probably be comparable to the wealth of the entire Fengyun continent, right? This black magpie star was truly a huge treasure trove. "That's right. Leave immediately." The Thunder Master God was authoritative. "But, sir, there are so many crystal stones here. Are we really going to abandon them just like that?" The Thunder Master God scoffed coldly. "Even though there are many crystal stones here, they are all middle grade. There are almost no supreme grade ones. We've discovered a place where there are even more upper grade crystals here than middle grade ones. Do you think it's better to mine them here or move them elsewhere?" Naboxen was completely stunned. "Upper grade crystals? Even more than middle grade crystals here? Sir, this. Hurry up and gather. Don't let the Tianxiang continent take the lead. I've made an agreement with Ding Yundu that we're not allowed to kill each other. We'll dig with our own abilities. Don't embarrass me." Naboxen was overjoyed. Yes, sir. The same thing was happening over at the Tianxiang continent as well. Under Ding Yundu's anxiousness, the thousands of people gathered really quickly as well. As for the colossal beast race, they were so intimidated that they did not dare to make a single move. Thankfully, Qin Wushuang had long instructed that they were not to lay their hands on the colossal beast race. The Sound Demon and Second Demon Lord Tu Weng did not drag the colossal beast race into this as well. Even though there was a space gate, for those who were familiar with the route, it was naturally not much of a problem. Before long, the Sound Demon led this troop of 3,000 people and arrived before the Rainbow Bridge in a majestic manner. At the sight of this majestic sight, all the powerful beings of the Divine Tao could not help but click their tongues in amazement. In their opinion, for a place like this that was like a paradise, it would only be reliable if there were piles of upper-grade crystals. As for the disaster, it happened right after they entered. In particular, the other 7 of the 9 demon lords were guarding the entrance of the cave. When they saw the 5th or 6th tribulation heavenly gods, they pounced on them without hesitation. As for the other high-level heavenly Tao divine souls, they were also greedily selecting their own prey. The troop of 3,000 people entering the Pantheon mystifying palace was like a stone sinking into the sea. They did not stir up much of a splash at all. Only a series of tragic cries could be heard. Divine souls were constantly being devoured, and physical bodies were also being seized by these primordial demon gods. Qin Wushuang turned a blind eye to all this as it happened before his eyes. Whether it was the Tianxiang continent or the Fengyun continent, he would not have any mercy. Great illusory Sun Divine Palace's powerful being, Ri Dongshan, who was originally insufferably arrogant with Qin Wushuang, was also directly devoured by a high-level heavenly god divine soul and had his physical body snatched away. Not a single one of the 3,000 or so experts was left. A month later, all the powerful beings who had snatched their physical bodies had already completed the initial integration and were on standby. Young Master, everyone is here. There's a total of 2,836 people. Good. Sound Demon, I'll need you to make a trip personally. These two factions have bases on the Black Magpie planet. Take some experts with you and destroy their bases. Take all the valuables inside, as well as the Overgod's flying ship. Yes. The Sound Demon discovered that this young master was very much to his liking. Snatching things, haha, the Sound Demon liked to do this kind of thing the most. Immediately, he picked a few dozen high-level heavenly gods. An elite and valiant team split into two majestic groups and charged toward the two major bases. The Sound Demon and Tu Weng each led a team. With this kind of strength, dealing with the low-level guards in the bases was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In less than 2 hours, the bases were completely destroyed. All the valuables, crystals, and flying ships were looted clean. The local forces of the Black Magpie planet were completely unaffected. Naturally, this was also an order given by Qin Wushuang. He naturally had a long-term plan for not attacking the local forces of the Black Magpie planet. The Black Magpie planet's geographical location was very prominent. If he could take it for himself, it would definitely be a very ideal base for his rear. Young Master, all the crystals have been accounted for. Haha, you're as rich as a country. Young Master, I believe that the ordinary plain masters can't compare with your wealth. Your wealth is comparable to that of a heavenly venerable. Qin Wushuang smiled faintly but didn't say anything. A heavenly venerable? Did a heavenly venerable have so many top-grade crystals? Of course, Qin Wushuang wouldn't say this out loud. He had made a fortune in silence. The result of this trip to the Pantheon Mystic Palace was indeed beyond Qin Wushuang's expectations. It was surprisingly smooth, and the situation had taken a 180-degree turn. In just 1 or 2 months, the entire situation had been completely under his control. This was a world of difference compared to 2 months ago when he had to act cautiously in secret. Young Master, we found a teleportation array in the base of the Fengyun continent. However, that array must be used to teleport to the Fengyun continent's plane. I think it's best not to use it. However, these Master God flying ships can be used. Although they're ordinary, they can still be used. The Sound Demon said with a smile. With his strength as a heavenly venerable, although he hadn't recovered to his peak state, it wasn't much of a problem for him to soar through the galaxy. However, these subordinates needed a teleportation array or a flying ship to leave. Qin Wushuang nodded. The Black Magpie planet is the place where the incident happened. It's not good to stay for long. I think that after these people go missing, the masters of both sides will be alarmed. We have to leave this place. Master gods, what are you afraid of? The Sound Demon said lazily. Young Master, when I recover to my peak strength, I'll kill a Master God with a single hand. Peak strength would take at least 100 years. At most, 300 years. Qin Wushuang knew that for now, the Sound Demon was at most similar to an ordinary Master God. Previously, he was able to plot against the Thunder Master God and Ding Yundu because they were at the Pantheon Mystic Palace's home ground. With tens of thousands of godly souls restraining them, the sneak attack was so successful. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 967. With the Sound Demon's current strength, there was an 80% chance that he wouldn't be able to fend off the most powerful overgods of the Fengyun continent. However, a prideful expert like the Sound Demon wouldn't admit this. Sound Demon, you're very strong. However, we don't have to fight them head-on now. If the Fengyun continent and Celestial Phenomenon continent form an alliance, it won't be good for us. Therefore, the most important thing for us now is to buy time and help everyone recover their strength. That's the right way to go. The Sound Demon pondered for a moment and nodded. Young Master is right. We'll settle the score with them after we recover our strength. Yes, everyone. I heard that one of the 3 stairways leads to some treasure vault. Some of my companions have already gone in. Let's go and see if there's really a treasure vault. The Sound Demon sighed. If we leave just like this, I can't bear to leave the hundreds of thousands of brothers in the Pantheon Disorientation Palace behind. Sound Demon, since you can't take them away, you can only go first. When you're strong enough to refine the Pantheon Disorientation Palace, you'll be able to save them from their suffering. Young Master is right. Staying here won't do us any good. Although there were 3,000 of them, before they recovered their strength, if the Celestial Phenomenon continent and the Fengyun continent attacked together, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The long stairway made for a spectacular sight as the 3,000 of them walked up it. When the last person approached the stairway, the space suddenly closed again. After entering this space, Qin Wushuang contacted Tai Hong and the others through telepathy. To his surprise, he was able to contact them immediately. This was a pleasant surprise. Tai Hong and the others were still there. Captain, we're all fine. There really is a treasure vault here. However, our strength is limited and we can't go in. Qin Wushuang said, wait there. Don't act rashly. We'll be there soon. Although this path led to the treasure vault, it was very rugged. However, with the Sound Demon leading the way, this level of rugged terrain was no problem. If even Tai Hong and the others could pass through safely, what more them? About 2 hours later, they followed Tai Hong's aura and headed in the direction of the observant finger jade compass. They successfully met up. When Tai Hong saw that Qin Wushuang had brought the Thunder Master God and Ding Yundu with him, they were all dumbfounded and their faces pale. Captain, they thought that their captain was being controlled by Ding Yundu and the others. They were here. Qin Wushuang laughed. Don't worry, these are not the original goods. Sound Demon, Tu Wang, and the others to let them experience it. The 2 men laughed and said, Young Master, are these your subordinates? They bis is s to lin sts to ssssstssss be a once to be a family s, how long of them to ts to will be a family in the future, so there's no need to differentiate between us. Haha, not at all. I'd like to take in a few disciples to inherit my legacy as the Sound Demon. Young Master, you don't have any objections, do you? Qin Wushuang chuckled. Of course not. The more you take in, the better. It'd be a waste not to take in disciples for a heavenly venerable like you. The Sound Demon grinned. Haha, I like the sound of that, young Master. Qin Wushuang chuckled at Tai Hong and the others' dumbfounded looks. Don't be in a daze. The Sound Demon, you can call him Lord Sound Demon. He's a heavenly venerable, a top-notch expert sealed in the Pantheon Mystic Palace. Now that he's free, he's under my command. These 8 are all Master God-level experts. Together with the Sound Demon, they're known as the 9 Great Demon Gods. It's just that they've seized their physical bodies and their realms aren't stable yet. That's why they're only at 40% to 50% of their strength. Haha, young Master, there's no need to hide it from us. Just say it's 20 to 30%. Since we're not outsiders, we don't have to care about face in front of our own people. The Sound Demon chuckled. Even though he was chuckling, a ferocious expert like him still gave off an extremely oppressive aura, causing one to feel a sense of reverence for him uncontrollably. Tai Hong and the others greeted respectfully, Lord Sound Demon, Lord Master Gods, we juniors pay our respects. Heavenly Venerable and Master God level experts, 9 of them. This was truly a huge blow to their nerves. This was especially the case for Xiao Jiang, who was completely dumbfounded. On the one hand, they were shocked at the strength of the Sound Demon and the others. On the other hand, they were even more shocked at how many more secrets this mysterious leader of theirs was hiding. Why were even Heavenly Venerable level experts obeying his commands? They had witnessed with their own eyes just how insufferably arrogant and mighty Ding Yundu and the Thunder Master God were. But now, their god souls had been refined and their physical bodies had been snatched away. That shock reverberated in their hearts for a long time, unable to calm down. This shock was simply way too intense, and had completely overturned their common sense. Lin Jingfeng was rather straightforward as well as he walked over. Junior Lin Jingfeng pays his respects to the various powerful beings. The Sound Demon glanced at Lin Jingfeng, somewhat surprised. Hey! This lad seems to have some pretty decent potential. Young master, would you be willing to be my disciple? Sound Demon, it's his fortune that you're willing to take him in as your disciple. But, there's one thing, Lin Jingfeng is the last disciple of the #1 Master God of the Wind Cloud continent. His god soul has been controlled by my divine venomous puppet and has submitted to me. Sound Demon, if you take him in as your disciple, you might cause the Wind Master God to strike you down in the future. The Sound Demon pursed his lips. He's just a mere Master God. Give me 200 years to recover, and I'll kill my way over to the Wind Cloud continent. So what if I annihilate them? To annihilate an entire plane just to take in a single disciple? Only a super overlord as ferocious as the Sound Demon would be able to do something like that. In their eyes, these things were only natural. It was just like how they had been sealed in the Pantheon Mystic Palace by an even stronger expert. Although they were furious, they did not feel much hatred towards the Holy Emperor Kaiyang who had sealed them. Their skills were inferior, and they had fallen into his hands. There was nothing to be said. These ancient monsters were all very tactful and knew when to advance and retreat. You couldn't beat him in a fight, so hatred alone was useless. They could only use one strategy, which was to do what they were supposed to do. But, even if they couldn't beat him, they could still hide. At most, they would just hide far away in the future. Qin Wushuang smiled. Jingfeng, if you're willing, you can take the Sound Demon as your master. But you must remember, once you take the Sound Demon as your master, you must respect him as your master for life. You must take on the responsibility of inheriting his orthodoxy. If you go against it, I won't let you off easily. Your ties with the Wind Cloud continent must also be severed. Do you understand? Lin Jingfeng nodded. I'm willing to sever all ties with the Wind Cloud continent. Besides, when the Wind Master God took me in as his disciple, he killed all my relatives right from the start and severed my ties with the secular world. He and I are only master and disciple, and we don't have any feelings of master and disciple. To put it bluntly, I'm just a chess piece that he manipulates to inherit his orthodoxy. The Sound Demon smiled. In that case, that Wind Master God is quite a ruthless character. To kill all your family members right away, what courage and means. Since he's already killed them, I don't have to do it myself. Haha, no ties with the secular world, that's great. Lin Jingfeng, you're really more suited to inherit my orthodoxy. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. All right, let's not rush into these ceremonies first. Taihong, tell us, what's going on with this treasure trove? Captain, with this restriction here, we can't enter at all. This pagoda is the treasure trove. We've already swept through 6 levels, but these 6 levels are all outer treasure troves. The real core level is on the 7th level. We can't open it at all. We can't activate the teleportation formation either. Qin Wushuang looked at the restriction before him and turned to ask the Sound Demon, Sound Demon, do you have the confidence to open it? The Sound Demon had high standards. After looking at it for a moment, he shook his head. Even if I'm at my peak, I can't open it. This is the work of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. If I'm not wrong, it's the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda from the Pantheon Mystic Palace. These are the two greatest treasures of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. The Holy Emperor Kaiyang. In the entire Great Luo universe, the Holy Emperor Kaiyang was a top-notch existence. Even a prodigy like Li Shenfeng back in the day would not dare to claim that he had surpassed the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. Without a doubt, the Scarlet Sun Saint Emperor was the strongest existence amongst Saint Emperors below the exalted Golden Immortal Realm. In the entire Great Luo universe, there were no more than 20 people who were on par with him. In the entire Great Luo universe, countless small universes, countless star regions, and countless planes, there were countless powerhouses who were on par with the Holy Emperor. To be able to obtain the title of the strongest among the Holy Emperors was not an exaggeration. No, you have to use the teleportation formation to enter the core level. If you want to break the seal, you have to be stronger than the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. The Sound Demon shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Young master, the yang qi of that old man Chiang's treasure is too strong. If I stay any longer, I'll have to refine it. I'll wait outside. As he spoke, he shook his head and walked out. His face was full of awe, as if he did not dare to ask for advice. Once bitten, 3 years shy of ropes. By the way, young master, the 5 elements qi in your body is very positive. Not only is it masculine, but it's also feminine. You might be a fated person. However, you have to find the teleportation formation and activate it to enter. Otherwise, don't be greedy and lose your life in vain. This was not an exaggeration. Qin Wushuang knew the strength of the Holy Emperor. His master Li Xuanfeng's 7 deadly arrays formation was already very impressive. As for this Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda, since it was the Holy Emperor Chiang's treasure, who would believe that it was not mysterious at all? Captain, you're blessed. You still have to do it. Little Jiang sighed. Captain, there are also many treasures in the periphery. We haven't divided them, so we're waiting for you to distribute them. Tai Hong reported. Everyone, I don't want to lie to you. My current name is not Wu Xinghe, but Qin Wushuang. I'm from the Tianxian continent. Like the Black Magpie Star, the Tianxian continent is also targeted by the Fengyun continent. I escaped through the ancient formation to cultivate just to resist the invasion of the Fengyun continent. Everyone, if you're willing to share weal and woe with me, you'll all be rewarded if I succeed in the future. Everyone was stunned, then they expressed their stance. Captain, no matter what your name is, we've already decided to follow your lead. We'll listen to you. Yes, it's our blessing to follow a captain like you. Captain, you left us a way out and lured the 2 master gods away. We're all very touched and swore to follow you to death. Even the Lion King walked over. Lord Xinghe, no, I should call you Lord Wushuang. Our giant beast clan is also deeply touched and is willing to follow your orders. We'll fight against the Fengyun continent together. Qin Wushuang's eyes revealed murderous intent. The Fengyun continent's good times won't last long. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Old Man Chiang's Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda has been refined by you. Great Demon Lord, could it be that Old Man Kaiyang is already dead? Qin Wushuang waved his hand. Everyone, Senior Kaiyang is full of righteousness. Even if you have a grudge against him, it has been hundreds of thousands of years. There is no need to speak ill of him. Yes, young master. We don't hate Old Man Kaiyang. We are just a little afraid of him. Since he has passed away, let's not talk about him anymore. Qin Wushuang nodded silently. He tossed the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda in his hand and drew out the scattered treasures pool. The entire scattered treasures pool immediately appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, take a look and see if there are any divine artifacts that you have used in the past. If there are, take them all back. Back then, the great demon lord was subdued by the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. Naturally, His weapons and equipment would be confiscated as well. Just as Qin Wushuang expected. Although hundreds of thousands of years had passed, they were very familiar with the things that they had used, just like the limbs and organs in their bodies. Everyone quickly found their own equipment and weapons. The Sound Demon laughed. That's great. With this equipment and the heavenly venerable artifact, it will be relatively easier to merge with this body. Everyone, this is over. Let's go out and go to the Pantheon Maze Palace. I seem to have mastered the method to refine the Pantheon Maze Palace. Young master, are you serious? The eyes of the Sound Demon and the others lit up. It's true. Let's go and take a look. After refining the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda, Qin Wushuang had gained control of one of the Holy Emperor's most precious treasures. The harvest had greatly exceeded his expectations. The difficulty of refining the Pantheon Maze Palace was not that high. Obviously, the Holy Emperor Kaiyang had arranged all of this long ago. Everything was solved as soon as he chanted the incantation. It was just that the hundreds of thousands of souls inside did not have enough bodies to rest in and could not escape for the time being. However, after refining the Pantheon Maze Palace and taking it away, it would not be coveted by others here. After refining the Pantheon Maze Palace, Qin Wushuang was in a good mood. He called out to everyone and left the sky-reaching Grand Canyon. In the 9-beast palace of the giant beast clan, all the experts were waiting for orders. Qin Wushuang sat among them and said to the 7 great beast kings, 7 beast kings, we have destroyed the bases of the 2 major powerhouses. I believe that in 3 or 5 months, these 2 super powerhouses will send elite warriors to the border. Are you willing to leave with us? The Lion King said seriously, Master Wushuang, the giant beast clan is willing to be at your disposal. Everyone, we are leaving this place. Are you willing to follow me? We are willing to follow the young master, the Sound Demon said with a smile. Young master, you are now the spokesperson of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. We dare not disobey you. What's more, you are the young master appointed by the Shura of Gojosian. We should listen to your orders. We are willing to follow the young master until death. Qin Wushuang smiled. Good, you are all very considerate. We will leave the Black Magpie Star in 3 days. Beast Kings, the Black Magpie Star cannot be defended. We must give up for now and plan slowly. I promise you that I will not let the Fengyun continent be proud for too long. The 7 Beast Kings had seen the strength of the Fengyun continent and knew that the Black Magpie Star was not strong enough to fight against them. Master Wushuang, we will follow you. We are willing to follow you. Yes, I will give you 3 days to choose the elites of the giant beast clan. I will give you 100,000 spots. Is that enough? 100,000? Everyone was stunned. Transporting 100,000 men and horses was no laughing matter. A Master God flying ship could transport about 1,000 people. They had seized one each from the Fengyun continent and the Celestial Phenomenon continent. Even if they squeezed, 3,000 people would be enough. How was it possible to transport 100,000 people? Young Master, a Master God flying ship can carry a maximum of 1,500 people. We can't carry more than that. Qin Wushuang asked with a smile, what about the Celestial Worthy flying ship? A Celestial Worthy flying ship can carry about 10,000 people. It is a very luxurious and imposing existence. The Sound Demon's tone was full of fascination. Back in the day, the Sound Demon's Celestial Worthy flying ship was famous both far and near. Haha, what a pity. What about the Holy Emperor flying ship? Qin Wushuang asked with a smile. The Holy Emperor flying ship. Heavenly Venerable Sound Demon sucked in a breath of cold air. Young Master, the Sacred Emperor flying ship itself is a great weapon of mass destruction. If a Sacred Emperor flying ship were to crash into an ordinary plane at full speed, even if the plane didn't collapse, it would still be in a terrible state. How many people can it hold? Haha, using the Holy Emperor flying ship to carry people is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. However, the Holy Emperor flying ship should be a celestial ship to be precise. The term flying ship is not enough to describe the Holy Emperor's celestial domain ship. In terms of capacity, 100,000 is a piece of cake. Alright, then let's take the Holy Emperor flying ship and leave. Qin Wushuang's tone was full of enthusiasm. Suddenly, a feeling of returning home overflowed uncontrollably. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 969. The Scarlet Sun Saint Emperor's flying boat was indeed majestic. Of course, Qin Wushuang and the others would not bluff and attract unnecessary attention. Therefore, in the huge open space of the giant beast clan, the Holy Emperor's flying ship was fully activated. Its aura was so strong that even the experienced and knowledgeable the Sound Demon was full of praise. How generous, how generous. To have fallen into the hands of that old man Kai Yang, we brothers really deserve it. Everyone, it's been a long time since the Thunder Sovereign and Ding Yundu died. If we want to leave, we have to be quick. It's not time for us to completely fall out with them yet. Qin Wushuang's tone was solemn. Therefore, let's retreat for the time being. Everyone, board the Holy Emperor's flying ship and leave together. Does anyone have any objections? The Sound Demon chuckled. What objections can there be if we can board the Holy Emperor's flying ship? Not everyone is qualified to board it. Second Demon Venerable Tu Wang also laughed. I didn't expect that after being imprisoned by that old man Kai Yang for decades, we would have to enjoy his celestial ship in the end. Not bad, haha. Once these two absolute authorities spoke, the others naturally had nothing to say. Since these two had already set the tone, even if the others wanted to object, they had no grounds to say anything. The celestial ship took off and soared into the sky above the Black Magpie Star. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the sky above the Black Magpie Star. Traveling between star regions like this was very time-consuming. Even if you drifted for 10 or 100 years and found yourself in the vast universe, you would only have taken a small step forward. Fortunately, the Holy Emperor's flying ship was indeed very generous. Apart from a group of experts who were assigned to control the ship, the others were not willing to let go of the great cultivation environment in the Holy Emperor's flying ship. One must know that the celestial ship was the Holy Emperor's private territory. The spiritual energy here was 100 times more abundant than the outer area. Even Heavenly Venerate Sound Demon greedily seized a secret chamber and began to focus on cultivating. Qin Wushuang also focused and began to cultivate. Now that he had such a unique advantage, it would be a waste if he didn't make the best use of his time to cultivate. Qin Wushuang knew very well that the celestial ship was very rare. Cultivating here for a year was probably equivalent to cultivating outside for 100 years. Especially for an elite of the heavenly supreme Tao like him, cultivating in the private territory of the Holy Emperor was truly a privilege. In the direction of the Black Magpie Star, 3 sovereign flying vessels were advancing at high speed in a T-shaped formation. Judging from the direction they were flying, they should be heading towards the Black Magpie Star. At the front of the flying boat sat the core upper echelons of the Fengyun continent. With the 2 sovereigns of wind and cloud in the lead, 8 of their 10 emissaries had come. Of the remaining 2, 1 was Naboxon, who had already been possessed. The last one was left behind to guard the gates of the Fengyun continent. The other 8 emissaries were all high-level heavenly gods of the 6th tribulation of the heavenly supreme Tao realm. At this moment, all of them were present as well. The Wind Master God was a man with a thin face. However, at this moment, that handsome face of his was covered in a layer of frost as an uncontrollable killing intent was faintly discernible on his face. Big brother, we'll reach the Black Magpie Star in half a month at most from here. At this moment, even the 8 emissaries did not dare to speak carelessly. The Cloud Master God was the only one who spoke to the Wind Master God carefully. Yes, old two, you say something as well. The Wind Master God's tone was sinister. Come and make a guess as to why everyone's consciousness has suddenly vanished. Big brother, you and I are both clear of old three's strength. Given the strength of the Black Magpie Star, nothing should have happened to it. There's no need for us to rush to conclusions now. Even though that was what the Cloud Master God said, he was feeling somewhat uneasy in his heart. If even the Thunder Master God had vanished without a trace, there was a high chance that this matter had blown out of proportion. Old 2, there's an extremely uneasy feeling in my heart right now. For the past hundreds of thousands of years, I've never felt such an intense feeling of unease. I'm worried that there's something going on here. What could it be? The Cloud Master God could not help but ask, could it be that the celestial phenomenon continent is up to something? The strength that the celestial phenomenon continent has sent out is about the same as ours. Even if Old 3 were to suffer a small loss, it wouldn't have been this tragic. Big brother, could there be more hidden experts on that black magpie star? The Wind Master God sighed out and waved it off with his hand. Neither you nor I are familiar with the black magpie star. There's no need to make any unnecessary guesses. Forget it. I'll use my consciousness to make a deduction and try to sense their consciousness first. This place is already really close to the black magpie star. Hopefully, I'll be able to sense everything. The Cloud Master God nodded his head and took a step back, watching the Wind Master God make his deductions. After about 15 minutes, the fingers of the Wind Master God came to a stop. His eyes shone with a sharp glint as his expression was complicated. Huff. The Wind Master God opened his eyes. Big brother, how is it? The Cloud Master God went up and asked. Extremely troublesome. The consciousness of Old 3 and Nebo Zun can't sense anything at all. There's no news of the other heavenly supreme Tao powerful beings either. Jingfeng, on the other hand, has a consciousness that's extremely healthy and active. When the Wind Master God said that, he let out a rare look of relief. This could be considered as a great fortune amidst all the misfortune. Does that mean that Jingfeng is still alive? As for the others, they might have already died. It's hard to say right now. The Wind Master God shook his head slowly. If they had entered a spirit formation world, an independent world, their consciousness would not be able to sense anything. If their consciousness was sealed, they would not be able to sense anything as well. Right now, we still can't deduce whether or not they are dead. The Cloud Master God nodded his head silently and murmured, let's hope that they are all fine. Losing their lives on the Black Magpie Star is truly not worth it. Just as the Wind Master God was about to reply, an envoy suddenly yelled out in shock, both of you Master Gods, hurry and look outside the window. Look outside the window. Looking over, they saw a gigantic flying ship in the vast galaxy outside the window. It was flying in their direction from the opposite direction of them at a constant speed. The distance between them was not more than 3,000 miles. Given the eyesight of these heavenly gods, they would definitely be able to see a distance of 3,000 miles in the vast galaxy without any nebulas obstructing their vision. Big brother. When the Cloud Master God caught sight of that gigantic flying ship, his face changed as well. Given his eyesight, how could he not tell that this flying ship was way bigger than their Master God flying ship? Not only that, the aura that it gave off was way stronger as well. A golden glow wrapped around that flying ship, making it seem as though it was a golden shooting star that was streaking through the sky. The Wind Master God was dumbfounded as well. Celestial exalted flying ship. It was no wonder that the Wind Master God would lose his composure like that. A flying ship of this grade was not something that he could create. In fact, it could even be said that he had never seen anything like this before. After all, they were too far apart to make out the details clearly. Celestial exalted flying ship? Big brother, look at the direction that this flying ship is coming from. It's exactly the same as the direction that we are heading in. Their trajectories are completely parallel. The face of the Wind Master God was extremely terrible right now. Could they have truly come from the Black Magpie Star? Celestial exalted flying ship. Could the disappearance of Old Third and the others have something to do with this flying ship? Big brother, what should we do? Lord Master God, how about we intercept them? The group of envoys stood up. With two Master Gods around, they were pretty gutsy. Intercept them? The Wind Master God snorted out coldly. Are you guys courting death? The faces of the 8 envoys changed. Courting death. The Cloud Master God chuckled out bitterly and waved his hand, indicating for the 8 envoys to sit down. The might of that flying ship is extremely formidable. If it were to turn around and charge at us at full speed, it would definitely cause our flying ship to explode and disappear into the void. The Wind Master God continued coldly, at that time, not only would we not be able to intercept them, they would intercept us instead. Those words of his had everyone's faces filled with shame. The Wind Master God focused his gaze on that flying ship that was brushing past his shoulders as his eyes let out a deep look. His expression was extremely grim as that thick feeling of uneasiness in his heart was getting stronger by the moment. Big brother, why would a celestial exalted flying ship appear here? Other than our great Chen star zone, there's only the Forgotten River star zone nearby. There's no way the celestial exalted powerful beings of those 2 star zones would come to such a godforsaken place, right? Furthermore, how in the world did that flying ship manage to enter? Could it be that the guardians of the star zone did not notice anything at all? If any external forces were to enter the borders of a certain star zone, the guardians of the star zone would definitely intercept them and investigate. Could that be the celestial exalted flying ship of the Forgotten River star zone? There's no need to guess. Second brother, I'll hurry and send this information to the ruler of the Great Chen Star Zone. At the same time, within the Scarlet Sun heavenly ship, they had discovered the Master God flying ship that had brushed past them as well. As for Lin Jingfeng, he recognized it right away as well. The Sound Demon was all smiles as he asked, "Young Master, do you want to go and have a fight with them?" Qin Wushuang pondered for a moment. "How confident are we in winning?" The Sound Demon chuckled out awkwardly. "If it were a fight between powerful beings, given our current state of recovery, we wouldn't even have a 20% chance of winning. However, if we were to control the Holy Emperor's flying ship to ram into them, we would have a 60% chance of knocking them over. Would we be able to kill the Master God?" This was what Qin Wushuang was most concerned about. The Sound Demon chuckled. "If I were to recover 60% to 70% of my strength and control the celestial ship, I would definitely be able to knock them out of their wits. As for now, I'm not that confident." Qin Wushuang pondered for a moment. "Then let them pass." That's right. Let them be smug for a few hundred years. Young Master, it's just the Fengyun continent. Don't take it to heart. I, the Sound Demon, guarantee that you can leave this matter to me. Alright, let's leave first. Qin Wushuang was not blindly optimistic. Back then, his master, Li Shenfeng, had mentioned in the last segment of the 7 Deadly Arrays formation that the Fengyun continent could be so domineering because of its deep background. Their connections led directly to the heavenly venerables of the Great Chen Star Zone. They could even form a relationship with powerful beings like the Holy Emperor. Therefore, even with this group of powerful warriors like the Sound Demon, he could not let down his guard. Everything had to be done step by step. With this group of subordinates, when they returned to the Tian-Shen continent, they could at least start to clean up those undercover forces and those heavenly supreme Dao elite warriors that had escaped. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 970. With the Holy Emperor's flying ship, it would not be difficult to return to the Tian-Shen land. Although the journey was rather far, they would arrive in a few months. The problem was that the Tian-Shen land had the soaring of Galaxia boundary and it would not be easy to land. If they were to break through the soaring of Galaxia boundary forcefully, with the power of the celestial ship, of course they could do it. However, in this case, the soaring of Galaxia boundary that Senior had spent so much effort to exchange with his life would be meaningless. Regardless, the soaring of Galaxia boundary still held strategic significance. Therefore, Qin Wushuang decided to use a roundabout method. He would circle around and go to the Celestial Phenomenon Land. Then, he would take a detour through the Celestial Phenomenon Land and return to the Tian-Shen land through the transportation formation. However, the Sound Demon laughed. "Young Master, now that the Wind and Cloud continent has turned out in full force, I think we can send a group of brothers to the wind and cloud continent with a master god flying ship. We can wreak havoc and turn the world upside down, leaving a mess for them to clean up. The sound demon was a master who wished for the world to be in chaos. This suggestion was a plan to cut off the roots. Qin Wushuang thought for a moment and nodded. All right, who is willing to go? Haha, young master, let me lead the team. I can bring 30 to 50 followers. All right, I will feel more assured if you are in charge of this matter. Young master, how about half a year? All right, we will meet at the celestial phenomenon land in half a year. They split into two groups. The sound demon selected 48 heavenly supreme Tao elite warriors, all of whom were advanced heavenly gods. They rode the master god flying ship and headed towards the wind and cloud continent. Qin Wushuang and the rest of the people stayed in the Scarlet Sun heavenly ship to continue training. The Scarlet Sun heavenly ship was a training environment that could rival 100 people. The rest of the people felt as if they had fallen into a honey jar. Every day, there were people breaking through continuously. It was truly a joyous occasion. In this half a year, Qin Wushuang had also made continuous breakthroughs. When the heavenly ship arrived at a place not far from the celestial phenomenon land, he successfully passed the fourth calamity and became a fourth calamity heavenly god elite warrior. His other equipment had also improved, especially his use of the celestial branch Kuei wolf double swords, which had become more flexible. As for the graceful spiritual bow, after Shura of Gojosian had awakened, its power had increased tremendously. It had continuously merged with Qin Wushuang, and now it had become an extremely powerful killing weapon. It could be said that Qin Wushuang's strength had improved by leaps and bounds over the past few years, and he was armed to the teeth with all kinds of equipment. Half a year was not a long time. Qin Wushuang had arrived at the celestial phenomenon continent first, but he didn't want to attract too much attention. At this time, the main force of the main shrine was most likely on their way back. According to his calculations, Qin Wushuang knew that the main force of the celestial temple would not be able to make it back in time within the next 3 months. Qin Wushuang didn't have any enmity with the main god palace, so Qin Wushuang naturally wouldn't harass the main god palace. As for the conflict between the great illusory Sun Divine Palace and Qin Wushuang, it was just Sun Dongshan's personal arrogance. Now that Sun Dongshan's divine soul had been destroyed, and his physical body was his subordinate, Qin Wushuang naturally wouldn't seek revenge for the smallest grievance. A few days after Qin Wushuang and the others arrived, the sound demon and the others rushed back. Seeing the sinister smile on the sound demon's face, Qin Wushuang knew that this matter must have been handled very neatly. Young master, we have followed your instructions and destroyed all the first-rate cultivation places on the Fengyun continent. Haha. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Fengyun continent is now in ruins. The sound demon smiled and said, it's a pity that the main force of the Fengyun continent isn't here, and killing people isn't satisfying. It's not fun to kill some small fish and shrimps. Second demon Venerable Tu Wang laughed and said, when the main force of the Fengyun continent returns, they will have tears to cry. Haha. The great demon Venerable used a heavenly venerate god weapon to sever all the spirit roots of all the cultivation places and destroy all the spirit energy systems. Haha, if not for the young master's orders, I wouldn't have wanted to stay there and admire the expressions of those master gods. The sound demon laughed and said, it's all thanks to this physical body of mine. Thunder Master God, haha, you have great charisma. The physical body that the sound demon had taken over was the physical body of the Thunder Master God. Going to the Fengyun continent as the Thunder Master God was naturally like a fish in water. All the details of the Fengyun continent were obtained by the sound demon. He found out that most of the main forces had gone to the Black Magpie Star, leaving the place empty. The sound demon was naturally even more unbridled and destroyed the Fengyun continent for a full 1 to 2 months. It was only until he couldn't find a single intact place that he left in satisfaction. Qin Wushuang listened to their vivid descriptions and was extremely fascinated by the situation. He laughed and said, next time when I kill my way to the Fengyun continent, I must not miss it. When he arrived before the transportation formation, Qin Wushuang activated it and transported batches of people. The speed was not slow. In about half a day, all 3,000 people had been transported. Inside the 7 deadly arrays formation, Bao Bao and the others were training in full swing. In this space, 1 day was equivalent to 30 days in the outside world. Therefore, with 30 times the time, it was equivalent to them training for almost 300 years in the outside world in less than 10 years. Naturally, their strength also rose along with the tide. Especially Bao Bao, he had already trained to the peak of the genuine Supreme Tao stage. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't soar to the Galaxia, most likely he would have reached the heavenly Supreme Tao stage. When he saw that Qin Wushuang had returned and brought back so many elite warriors, even Qin Xiaotian was dumbstruck. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Let me introduce you. The Sound Demon is an elite warrior at the heavenly venerate stage. Now, he has occupied the corporeal body of the Thunder Master God of the Fengyun continent. He will need 200 years of training to recover his peak strength. These 8 are the brothers of the Sound Demon. They are all elite warriors at the Master God stage. They will also need 200 or 300 years to recover. And this." Qin Wushuang introduced some of the important figures. When everyone heard that these were Qin Wushuang's fellow disciples or brothers, they did not lose their respect. Even the Sound Demon did not dare to put on airs. The atmosphere was rather good. "All right, everyone, let's leave the 7 deadly arrays formation and return to the God-discarding door of the human countries. I am going to meet my 6 senior brothers. In these years, those escaped divine souls must have made them suffer a lot. I must go take a look." Qin Wushuang knew very well that many elite warriors were among the escaped divine souls. Although his senior brothers were all elite warriors at the heavenly Supreme Tao stage, it would be difficult to say whether they could gain an advantage. Bao Bao was the first to agree. "Boss, I've stayed here for so many years and I'm very bored. When are you leaving the Tian Shen land next time? Take me with you." Qin Wushuang laughed. "Bao Bao, the outside world is incredibly exciting. It would be a pity if you don't go and see it." Bao Bao said with depression, "Yes, boss, I've always wanted to go and gain experience. Unfortunately, you are not here and no one will take me out of here." The Sound Demon said with a grin, "You little monkey, your bloodline is extremely pure. In the future, your training limit will be high. You must go out for a walk." When the Sound Demon saw that Bao Bao held an extraordinary position, he did not dare to put on the airs of an elder. Bao Bao laughed. "Great Sky Warrior, take me with you next time. With an elite warrior like you protecting me, I will be even more lawless." The Sound Demon roared with laughter. "Sure, sure." The others were also concerned about the outside world. They had stayed in the 7 deadly arrays formation for 10 years and indeed wanted to go out and see. Through the transportation formation, they arrived at the mountain cave of the second loop of the Great Kang Mountains in a short time. The Sound Demon smacked his tongue in wonder. This plane is clearly of a lower level. Why was this formation so intricate? "Young master, why is this?" Bao Bao laughed. "Great Sky Warrior, you don't know about this, right? My boss's teacher is an elite warrior at the level of the Holy Emperor. Boss has inherited the legacy of the Holy Emperor. Think about it." The Sound Demon was dumbstruck. He looked at Qin Wushuang with an expression that could no longer be described as admiration. After a moment of astonishment, he gave a long sigh. "Young master, you are truly blessed. In fact, you have 3 elite warriors at the level of the Holy Emperor supporting you. Your teacher is one, Shura of Gojosian is another, and Old Man Kai Yang is another. It's really a great blessing." Bao Bao blinked his eyes and asked curiously, "Boss, you have another fortuitous opportunity outside?" Qin Wushuang gave a casual smile. "Yes, I have. Oh heavens, how come such good things never happen to me? Boss, hurry up and tell me, what's the fun stuff?" Bao Bao had the nature of a monkey and was incredibly impatient. He was about to ask. "I will tell you slowly when I have time. Let's take a look at that God-discarding door." In these 10 years, the God-discarding door had indeed encountered many attacks. However, The heavenly mysterious 7 disciples were indeed exceptional as they protected this god-discarding door from being attacked. Only, when Li Buyi and his group annihilated those divine souls that had escaped, they were powerless. Inside the rushing current valley at the end of the endless Eastern Sea, they could not break it. Once they attempted to attack the inside of the rushing current valley, the water waves inside the valley would form layers of defense. Like a water maze, Li Buyi and his group would return empty-handed. After 10 years, not only did they not gain anything, that Kai Hongyu and Hua Xie were injured. In order to save these two, Xiao Yishuan suffered severe injuries. If Li Buyi was not powerful enough to hold down the last trace of his bottom line, most likely, before those divine souls had fully recovered, they would have charged at the god-discarding door. When Li Buyi saw that Qin Wushuang had returned, he was also overjoyed at the unexpected turn of events. Qin Wushuang was rather honest. Besides bringing a few important figures, he stationed the 3,000 Great Army at the Heavenly Royal Mansion and did not allow them to show themselves easily. He did not want to alert the enemy. It was absolutely safe inside the Heavenly Royal Mansion. Senior brother, I see that you are frowning tightly. Are you having trouble annihilating those divine souls that escaped? Li Buyi gave a long sigh. Wushuang, indeed the wind and cloudland is powerful. From our initial estimation, the enemy has a dozen heavenly supreme Dao stage warriors. The strongest among them is an advanced heavenly supreme Dao stage. I heard that when that advanced heavenly supreme Dao stage seized the corporeal body of the baby golden crow, he recovered quickly. Initially, we estimated it would take 200 or 300 years. Now it seems that 20 or 30 years is enough. The corporeal body of that golden crow must have the bloodline of the heavenly supreme Dao stage. It's extremely superior. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 971. After Qin Wushuang finished listening, he only nodded slightly. Currently, to him, those divine souls that escaped were no longer a major problem. Now, he was considering a deeper step. He was thinking about how to catch all those divine souls that escaped and all the spies that were hiding in the Tianxian land. To catch all of these devilish foreign tribe geniuses at once, it would certainly be difficult if he were to rely on digging. Now, with the Thunder Master God's corporeal body, it would be much easier. Not to mention Lin Jingfeng held an honorable position. Although he was a rising star, these people would not know him. However, being the direct disciple of the Wind Master God, Lin Jingfeng's commanding plate was certainly not for show. The Wind Master God was the undisputed #1 elite warrior of the Wind and Cloudland. He was the object of worship for all foreign tribe warriors. Being the direct disciple of the Wind Master God, Lin Jingfeng was the most valued disciple. Once his identity was revealed, without a doubt, he would attract a large group of attentions. This kind of disciple was meant to be groomed as a successor. Qin Wushuang raised his head and glanced at Xiao Yishuan's pale complexion. He immediately asked, "Second senior brother, have you suffered internal injuries? I have some pills here. This heavenly honored revival pill is extremely helpful for divine soul internal injuries." Upon seeing Qin Wushuang take out a pill, Li Xianfeng and the others were somewhat surprised. "Senior brother, continue. Is that advanced heavenly god at the 5th or 6th calamity of the heavenly supreme Dao stage?" "He is at the 5th calamity. If he is at the 6th calamity, we have no hope of winning. Even so, we must not let him completely refine the golden crow's corporeal body. Or else, when he recovers to his peak, it will not be easy to deal with him. Yes, Wushuang, we must think of a way to get rid of this advanced heavenly god. Or else, when he recovers completely, we will only be at his mercy." The 5th calamity of the heavenly supreme Dao stage was an advanced heavenly god. He was much more powerful than Li Buyi at the 3rd calamity of the heavenly supreme Dao stage. "Let him do whatever he wants." Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. "That might not be the case. Senior brothers, don't be impatient. These friends beside me are all people with great divine skills. Even if that advanced heavenly god recovers to his peak, what about it? He doesn't have to be a sovereign. Bao Bao also laughed. Uncle in plain clothes, don't worry. Since my boss is back, I'll leave these matters to him. The sound demon, who was standing behind Qin Wushuang, smiled faintly. However, there was a strong sense of confidence in his smile. When he heard that Qin Wushuang was at the fifth tribulation of the divine realm, a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. For the sound demon, no matter how weak he was, even if he didn't have a physical body, the fifth tribulation of the heavenly supreme Tao stage was nothing to him. If they wanted to challenge his divine soul, they had to be at least a chief god. In front of a heavenly venerable powerhouse's godly soul, anyone below lord level would definitely be reduced to ashes. A single powerful killing intent was enough to kill a group of high-level heavenly gods. Senior brother, the problem now is, how can we dig out all the foreign tribes hiding in the Tianxian land? My next step is to start from this angle. Li Buyi was slightly surprised as he said with hesitation, Wushuang, what good ideas do you have? Qin Wushuang laughed, I have an excellent idea, it's 100% effective. Eldest senior brother, you guys have been tired all these years. Today, I plan to use this god-discarding door as the boundary and build a giant palace here. It will be connected to the god-discarding door. Palace? Yes, it's a palace. After I have refined it, I need to release it. This palace is extraordinary, it has abundant supreme Tao power. Building it here will make this place the core of the Tianxian land. Secondly, with the palace here, even if the foreign tribes want to invade, they will lose a layer of skin if they want to pass through this 10,000 god maze palace. In fact, Qin Wushuang's considerations were very thorough. To change the structure of the Tianxian land, he must end the ruling position of the 5 totem powerhouses. He would build a core area of the human countries and radiate in all directions. Senior brother, I have one more thing that I must hide inside the god-discarding door. We can't reveal ourselves for the time being. Therefore, we need eldest senior brother to open the god-discarding door here. Li Buyi laughed. This is easy. When the god-discarding door was opened, Qin Wushuang led everyone inside. He brought out the Kaiyang golden body pagoda and took out the celestial ship. Then, he placed it inside the god-discarding maze. Qin Wushuang laughed. Senior brother, this celestial ship is the holy place for training in the world. Training inside here is 100 times better than training outside. Training for 1 year inside is equivalent to training for 100 years outside. If you can train for 10,000 years inside the Holy Emperor's flying boat, it would be equivalent to training for 1,000,000 years outside. Li Buyi and the others turned pale with fright. Wushuang, this is the flying boat of an elite warrior at the Holy Emperor level. Did teacher leave it to you? This is not prepared by teacher. It was left by another elite warrior at the Holy Emperor level. Senior brother, you have been running for the Tianxian land for tens and thousands of years. It's time for you to train. For this Holy Emperor's flying boat, you can train inside. I promise that after 100 years, your appearance will change greatly. Wushuang, that spy from the foreign tribes. Ha, senior brothers, I already have the method to kill them. Wushuang, I think those divine souls are incredibly powerful. Even if you can kill 1 or 2, it's easier said than done to find all of them. Don't worry, I have my ways. Bao Bao laughed. Uncle, my boss is no longer the boss of the past. Now, he is at the 4th calamity of the heavenly supreme Tao stage and can summon 12 great heavenly supreme Tao puppets. It's alright if it's the puppets. With this heavenly warrior here, for sure it's easy to capture a few clowns of the foreign tribe. Great heavenly warrior? Immediately, a trace of shrewd light shone from the eyes of Li Buyi and the others. Vividly, their expressions also appeared to be on guard. Heavenly Venerable Yin Mo ignored him and just chuckled. If one were familiar with him, they would certainly find it strange. How come the sound demon, who was always ferocious, was acting this amiable? It was not because the sound demon had changed his personality, but because each of these people before him was the senior brothers of the young master. He would not dare to put on airs before them. When the Holy Emperor's flying boat opened, Qin Wushuang laughed. Everyone, enter this flying boat. Sound demon, come with me. Everyone else, train inside this flying boat. Deep inside the rushing current valley, inside the old nest of the golden crow, Ni Long's corporeal body kept merging with his divine soul at an astonishing speed. The superiority of the corporeal body from the baby golden crow was displayed at this moment. Just when Ni Long had reached a crucial moment in his training, the Queen Mother Golden Crow from the outside suddenly came to visit. What is it? There was a trace of displeasure in Ni Long's tone. Ni Long hated to be disturbed at this crucial moment in his training. Sir Ni Long, above this rushing current valley, another wave of powerful powerhouses is pressing down. It seems a powerful presence has descended. It must be that group of heavenly supreme Tao elite warriors from the Tien Shen land. Don't bother with them. I will take care of them when my power is completely restored. Ni Long showed an unconcerned expression. He waved his hand and was about to continue his training. Just when the Queen Mother Golden Crow was about to speak, suddenly, she felt a burst of gigantic movements spreading down from above the rushing current valley. It was as if the entire water surface had been cut open by a sharp blade. People of the Fengyun land, come out to see me, a dignified voice emerged. Ni Long's entire body moved and a burst of shrewd lights shot out from his eyes. This is one of us. Let's go out and take a look. In a flash, Ni Long's figure had already dashed out. The other heavenly supreme Tao elite warriors also moved when they heard the voice and all rushed out. Above the rushing current valley, as if performing magic, the waves of water kept overflowing to both sides. As if separated by a surge of magical power, it kept flowing to both sides. A path was opened in the middle. A group of people kept pressing down towards the bottom of the rushing current valley. Of course, the sound demon was the leader of this group. You guys, what are your names? Do you recognize me? 50 to 60,000 years ago, the Thunder Master God did not break into the Master God level. However, at that time, the Thunder Master God held a high position at the Fengyun land. How could that Ni Long not recognize the appearance of the Thunder Master God? He was greatly astonished. Mr. Lei? Presumptuous, you must call him Master God. One subordinate of the sound demon berated from behind. Ni Long was moved inwardly. Master God. Then, he revealed an overjoyed expression. Indeed, Mr. Lei has already become a Master God, ha ha. Back then, Mr. Lei possessed outstanding talent and was an advanced heavenly god. Now, after tens and thousands of years, you have indeed become a Master God. Congratulations. I, Ni Long, pay my respects to you, Thunder Master God. The sound demon found it funny inwardly, yet he maintained a dignified expression as he gave a snort. Ni Long, you guys are in such a sorry state, hiding like a turtle and not coming out. You are a disgrace to the Fengyun land. Ni Long was greatly ashamed. Master God, we were sealed by the elite warriors of the Tien Shen land. A few years ago, when we escaped, our divine soul has not stabilized yet. Thus, we avoided the main force and attacked the weak. I didn't expect you to come here personally. Ha ha, with you here, the end of the Tien Shen land has arrived. The sound demon glanced at everyone. There are so many of you, and only these are left. Ni Long immediately answered, there are still hundreds of people scattered in different corners of the Tien Shen land. They don't know you have come, or else, they would be waiting here respectfully. The sound demon said lightly, since I am here, there is no need to hide. Let them gather here, I will give you 10 days. After 10 days, we will attack the core area of the Tien Shen land directly. You will lead the way. The Fengyun Master Gods have given the order. This time, we must take down the Tien Shen land cleanly. Ni Long was truly overjoyed at this turn of events. Yes, Master God, I will do it now. Poor Ni Long, how could he see that this Thunder Master God before him was an impostor? In less than 10 days, all of the non-human spies had gathered in this place from all directions. When they heard Ni Long's summons, of course they did not dare to linger for a moment. Your Lordship, all of our forces are here. The other divine souls are sealed in the God-discarding door. A group was killed and another group was sealed. I hope you will uphold justice for everyone. Heavenly Venerate Enmore nodded as he revealed a sinister smile. Well said, well said. Is everyone here? Are you sure you didn't miss anything? Master, there is a list of these people. Now, not a single one is left, everyone is here. The Sound Demon laughed even more recklessly. Excellent, you have saved me a lot of trouble. Upon hearing these words, Ni Long's divine soul suddenly twitched. A surge of ominous thought emerged in his mind. Today is the Chishi festival. I wish all the readers in the galaxy a happy Valentine's Day. Lovers will be married in the end. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 972. The moment Ni Long raised his head, a strange light suddenly flashed from the Sound Demon's eyes. It shot directly at Ni Long's forehead. Ni Long shuddered when he was enveloped by this bright light. As the Sound Demon's light flashed, his spirit had already jumped out of his physical body and transformed into a towering flame. A sea of fire immediately enveloped the entire space. As if an inescapable net had been pulled open, the yin fire pressed down. Those experts below the Empyrean Supreme Tao stage were immediately burned by this flame. In an instant, the scene was filled with ghostly wails and howls. Ni Long was enveloped by that divine sense. It was as if he had been immobilized. He was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. That flame sprang onto his body, and his entire body was immediately set ablaze. With a miserable cry, Ni Long tried his best to break free of the divine soul. However, his Niwen palace was sealed by Heavenly Venerable Sound Demon, so he couldn't break free at all. The yin fire continued to burn, refining his divine soul until it sizzled. The Queen Mother of the Golden Crow realized that something was wrong. She spread her wings and was about to rush out. Ni Long only watched with a smile but did not move. Before the Queen Mother of the Golden Crow could crash out of the door, she let out a blood-curdling scream. An invisible giant net of flames flickered in and out of existence in the air. It was like a giant spider web hanging high in the air. The Sound Demon had personally made a move. No one, including Ni Long, could resist. No one had the strength to resist. It was a massacre without any suspense. Within an hour, everything was dealt with cleanly. The Sound Demon laughed heartily. Haha, not bad, not bad. Another batch of physical bodies. The Sound Demon only refined the spirits and did not completely destroy the physical bodies. Those spirits could be refined, but the physical bodies could also be preserved. Young Master, the cleanup is complete. Not a single one escaped. The Sound Demon was not arrogant. In fact, he did not think that this was much of a contribution. It was as easy as lifting a finger. The spirits of the foreign tribe spies who had given the heavenly mystic 7 headaches for so many years and who had already escaped were all cleaned up in less than a day. This kind of psychological shock was indeed very strong. Qin Wushuang, on the other hand, was clear that cleaning up these fellows was just a small test. The real challenge was still the Fengyun continent that was eyeing them covetously from the other side of the galaxy. It was the Wind Master God and Cloud Master God. Although the Fengyun continent had been harshly harassed by the Sound Demon and the others. However, the main powerhouses of the Fengyun continent had all gone to the Black Magpie Star, so they were not injured. Therefore, in terms of actual losses for the Wind Cloud continent, they were actually just super powerful beings like the Thunder Master God and Napoleon. Although the uproar here was temporarily suppressed, the situation here had been suppressed. However, the pressure from the Fengyun continent made Qin Wushuang not dare to relax. Fortunately, there was the Celestial Ship, the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda, and the Pantheon Mystic Palace. All of these could be used as training grounds for the Heavenly Supreme Path. This would avoid the drawback of having to travel a long distance and leave the Tian Shen land to train. Currently, Qin Wushuang only hoped that the Sound Demon could recover his strength as soon as possible. After all, the Fengyun continent had suffered so many setbacks. It was absolutely unknown whether they would wait 5,000 years to attack the Tian Shen land. Currently, the Tianxian land was isolated from the outside world. This way, it would be hard to say how the outside world situation would change. Of course, judging from the power Qin Wushuang controlled now, even if the Fengyun continent attacked now, it would be enough to give the other party a huge surprise when they were not on guard. If he could hold on for 100 years, then he would have at least 70 to 80% confidence to defeat the Fengyun continent. If he could hold on for 200 or 300 years, dealing with the Fengyun continent would be as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Currently, Qin Wushuang was more concerned about the breakthrough of his own strength. He had set a goal for himself for 100 years. Training in the celestial ship for 100 years was equivalent to 10,000 years in the outside world. In this 100 years, he must aim for the Master God. Only by becoming a Master God could he ensure that the Tianxian land would have a legal identity in the future. On the other hand, the Master God flying ship of the Fengyun continent had already left the Black Magpie Star and was heading in the direction of the Fengyun continent. The Wind Master God's mood had been gloomy all this while. After the trip to the Black Magpie Star, he could already confirm that there was a 99% chance that all the powerful beings he had sent over from the Fengyun continent were dead. This included the Thunder Master God, the right-hand man that the Wind Master God had always been at ease with. The Wind Master God's gloomy face made the atmosphere extremely stifling. Including the Cloud Master God, no one dared to speak up for fear of angering the Wind Master God. The Wind Master God's face was gloomy as though he had aged considerably. Suddenly, the Wind Master God asked, "Second brother, what are you trying to say?" The Cloud Master God composed himself and said carefully, "Big brother, now that the situation has come to this, we have to face it positively. I think there's something really strange going on here. For a powerful being like Third Brother to go missing so thoroughly, it's definitely not something that those people from the celestial phenomenon mainland could do. Furthermore, by the looks of it, they must have suffered quite a huge loss as well. Yes, the enemy is definitely not from the celestial phenomenon mainland." The Wind Master God sighed out dejectedly. "Do you still remember that flying ship that we caught sight of halfway back when we arrived?" "Big brother, how could I not remember? Back then, I was already suspecting if they had something to do with Third Brother's disappearance. But by the looks of it now, the fact that we saw them leave when we arrived might have happened after they had harmed Third Brother and the others on the Black Magpie Star. Big brother, the question now is, just what is the background of that flying ship? Is there any news from the Great Chen Star Domain?" The Great Chen Heavenly Lord had already started investigating this matter a long time ago. But up till now, that flying ship seems to have vanished into thin air without a single trace. The Cloud Master God smacked his lips secretly. "Big brother, even the intelligence network of the Great Chen Star Domain can't find out anything about them? Aren't these enemies a little too scary?" This was also the reason why the Wind Master God's brows were furrowed the entire time. They of the Wind Cloud continent had always been domineering and tyrannical. In the Great Chen Star Domain, other than the heavenly venerate powerful beings that they had to show due respect to, they were usually straightforward and fearless toward the other planes. He had always been used to being a tyrant. Now that he had suddenly met with an enemy that he could not figure out, this situation where he had no way of serving them had the Wind Master God feeling a little uneasy. "Big brother, perhaps the other party isn't here for our Wind Cloud continent?" The Cloud Master God asked carefully. "Otherwise, there's no way so many people from the celestial phenomenon mainland would have gone missing as well." "Yes, by the looks of it now, I'm afraid they are here for the Black Magpie Star. As for Third Brother and the others, they were merely unlucky enough to be caught in the crossfire." As he said that, the Wind Master God's consciousness jerked. What? A series of urgent spirit consciousness transmissions gushed in from his communication jade token one after another. All sorts of information gushed in like a tidal wave. "Lord Master God, there's an unknown enemy attacking. Lord Master God, the base of the Wind Cloud continent has been attacked by an unknown enemy." The face of the Wind Master God turned extremely grim as he gritted his teeth. "Make yourself clear." Looking at the look on his big brother's face, the Cloud Master God's heart skipped a beat. Could something bad have happened yet again? The Wind Cloud continent had just been struck with a calamity this time around. Now that he was hearing such negative news, he could feel his heart skip a beat. The entire plane has been destroyed by an unknown force. The Earth Vein Spirit root has been completely destroyed. The expression of the Wind Master God was so terrible that it was as though his parents had just died. Big brother, what did you say? The Wind Master God slammed the communication jade token in his hands down fiercely. With a loud thud, a cloud of dust flew up. Increase the speed. Hurry and return to the Wind Cloud continent. The Wind Master God bellowed out as he gave the order to speed up. The Cloud Master God asked uneasily, Big brother, has something happened again? The Wind Master God waved his hands dismissively with a tone as though he was on the brink of tears. Second brother, I've just received news that our base in the Wind Cloud continent has been attacked by an unknown force. The Earth Vein Spirit root has been completely destroyed, and all of our orthodoxies have been toppled. The entire plane has been reduced to ruins. The Cloud Master God nearly fainted. How could that be? How could the news be false? The Wind Master God could not tell whether he was crying or laughing from his own tone. Second brother, we have encountered great trouble. For a moment, the Cloud Master God was speechless. Only after a while did he regain his composure. Big brother, could it be that they are truly targeting our Wind Cloud continent? Judging by the situation, most likely they are targeting us. Second brother, the Wind Cloud continent is facing a crisis of life and death. You and I must treat this with 120% of our attention. For someone who can make third brother disappear and beat us at our time difference, we must not let down our guard. The Cloud Master God agreed deeply. Big brother, I suggest that we should report this matter to the great heavenly warrior. I'm afraid the matter has already gone beyond our control. The Wind Master God had always been conceited. However, at this moment, he could not speak any big words. After a moment of thinking, he nodded. I believe that the great heavenly warrior has already received the news. The Cloud Master God sighed dejectedly. Big brother, we didn't provoke any tough opponents. Who's going against us? You ask me, who should I ask? The persimmons we dare to pinch are undoubtedly soft persimmons. Just like this black magpie star and the Tien Shen land. Certainly they are soft persimmons that can't play any tricks. That's why we can make a move so swiftly. Unexpectedly, at the black magpie star, we suffered such a huge setback. We even let the enemy take advantage of the time difference and even our base was destroyed. The tone of the Wind Master God was filled with a wave of ruthless intentions. Big brother, at the Wind Cloud continent, our base was destroyed and the ley lines were cut off. This is a calamity that will last for 10,000 years. In the future, how are we going to pass down our legacy? The facial muscles of the Wind Master God twitched. We must speed up the attack on those planes without a master. I don't believe that we can't develop one of these planes. Especially the Tien Shen land, a few tens of thousands of years ago, that place has proven itself to be a great place. Second brother, this time when we go back, you and I must focus on studying the Tien Shen land. The Cloud Master God nodded. Yes, with our strength, although we will have to pay some price to blast open that soaring of Galaxia barrier, we can still do it. However, the Wind Master God shook his head. No, if we have to pay a price, it's not appropriate for us to do it for now. I plan to go to the great heavenly warrior and borrow a heavenly warrior divine weapon. For a heavenly warrior divine weapon, you and I will work together to open up a gap. By that time, with our combined strength, we can break it in one go. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidien.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.